be able to make it.
Abel, I have only received information from Susan Axelrod, who had a family matter come up and is not able to attend this evening.
And I haven't heard from anybody else, Abel.
We'll give just a couple more minutes for people to join and then get rolling.
Amy, is Mike joining this or just the regular session?
This is Amy. Mike will be on with you at 7.
Okay, thanks.
All right, well, I think we can probably get started and people can join as it gets into it. I imagine Jamie might have some few preparatory comments anyway. So anyway, welcome everyone to this joint work session with the South Kingstown Town Council and the South Kingstown Planning Board. We've got sort of a broad topic, just the comprehensive community plan to discuss tonight in light of the fact that we'll be reviewing it and hopefully approving it next month. All right, Jamie, did you have anything you wanted to say, or Rob, or you have any prepared remarks?
Yeah, Jamie's got a brief slide deck.
Yeah, I do have, if I can share my screen, Abel, I do have a few slides. I'll just run through them quickly to kind of set the table, I guess. So that would. That is either Colleen giving me the ability to share.
Jamie, do you see share screen?
I am not seeing share screen right now.
All right, so let's make you a co-host.
Oh.
You can definitely share your screen. You got it?
Everybody see that?
We can see it.
See that?
Yes,
Okay. Everybody's good, Abel?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Again, just a brief overview of where we are, where we've been, and where we're going. As members of the Planning Board and Council may be familiar, that the Rhode Island General Laws, Chapter 4222(2), requires a municipality within Rhode Island to adopt a comprehensive community plan. The last plan adopted by the town of South Kingston is dated 2014. Your plan needs to be either updated every 5, or you can ask for a 10-year provision. So your plan has expired under certain guidances of the law contained within that section. The comprehensive plan is a valuable community tool. It's typically set up to guide local decision-making, provide direction for private development, and encourage economic, social, and environmental sustainability within the community. A good plan with its thoughtful and comprehensive goals, policies, and actions protects the community's visions and strengthens its every step. Again, under Chapter 4522(2), you're required to adopt the plan. You're supposed to look out 20 years. You need to have a public input process, which we have followed according to the law. It is the foundation for municipal zoning, and it needs to be ultimately reviewed by the state planning agency to determine consistency with the state's plan. The efforts for the update for this plan have been ongoing since January 2017. The primary objectives of the planning board as it relates to this new plan is to develop, refine, update, and improve upon the 2014 plan. So with regards to development, they're looking at new elements of natural hazards and climate change, as well as energy. They're trying to refine the goals and policies and implementation strategies of the 2014 plan. There was an attempt to update the social, economic, and demographic information, and again, improve the usability of that plan. The 2014 plan had 10 components: introduction, land use, housing, economic development, natural cultural resource, service and facilities, open space and recreation, circulation, a section for the University of Rhode Island, and an implementation schedule. The law in Rhode Island changed from 2014 to 2017 and followed through in 2021 to require communities consider 2 new sections. And those 2 new sections are natural hazards and climate, as well as energy. So the prior plan had 10 sections. This new plan has 14 sections. 2 new sections are required by law. 3 sections have been expanded upon: citizenry, as well as the natural resource and open space, culture, and historic resources. Each one of the sections or elements has a vision statement, goals, guiding principles, current practices or baseline information, needs and opportunities, policies, and an action plan. These are the 2014 and 2021 plans side by side so that you can see the difference in sections. On the left, you had sections called natural and cultural resources. Those have been broken apart and put more in alignment with the discussion. So open space was put with natural resources, cultural and historic resources have been combined, and recreation is a standalone section. They also broke out citizens, or an element called citizens, which is the demographic, social, and economic profile of the community. That was contained within the introduction section of the 2014 plan. I mentioned there are, in essence, 3 new sections of the plan, 2 required by law, that's natural hazard and climate change and energy. And the third was a formatting decision, which is citizens. Again, I just have for those new sections, natural hazard and climate change, just a brief slide on those. This new section is really there as a shoreline community to look at the vulnerability of storm events and natural hazards. It really relates to the increased precipitation and frequency of storm events, sea level rise, and it's also designed to work with the town's current hazardous mitigation plan. It also develops priorities and strategies for improving resiliency. And there are 2 primary goals within this section. Goal number 1 is to make South Kingstown resilient to the impacts of natural hazards and climate change. And 2, to reduce your global carbon footprint as it relates to things under your control, such as building upgrades and heating and cooling, as well as transportation needs within the community. The next section is energy. This section is again required by the updates to the law within Rhode Island. It requires you to evaluate the municipality's energy use and opportunities to reduce your energy yield, and also look at visions and responsibilities associated with energy generation, including renewable energy. And again, South Kingston has made efforts with simple things like recharging stations, as well as their approval of a number of solar generation facilities. There are 3 goals associated with this plan. And again, Abel, I'm not going to read those, but looking for economic viability for renewable energy, looking at energy consumption, and understanding that development practices also relate to efficiencies as it relates to energy and renewable development. With regards to citizens, that's the kind of the new demographic and social economical section of the community. I'm just going to point a couple of things. Population, kind of the best estimate we have was from 2017. The 2020 census data has not been released, so there are only estimates. There are a little over 30,000 residents in the community. That includes the URI population. Rhode Island Division of Planning is looking at, over the next 20 years, a 25% increase. That may be conservatively high, but your population could change, pushing almost 40,000 or 38,573. Some good news, but it also potentially is bad news from the housing standpoint, is that you have a relatively stable economy and your household income is significantly higher than all municipalities in Rhode Island, as well as the surrounding communities in Washington County. But that has a reverse with regards to your housing elements, because it typically, because you're a shoreline community, it drives raw land costs up as well as housing costs up. And I'm just going to go back to the differences between the 2 plans. So again, that's flying at 10,000 feet in a few moments of where you were in 2014 and where you are in 2021.
Great. Thank you, Jamie. So are there questions from council members about the difference between the comp plan that we'll be looking at, the one that has lapsed, but we still reference, or any other elements of the comp plan process? Councilwoman Rose?
So I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time to ask this, but I will. I just want to try to figure out what we can do going forward. I know we're not even like to this plan yet, but what can we do going forward to make sure that we don't get into a situation where our comp plan lapses in the future?
That's a very good question, Councilman Rose. It's been my experience that typically the development of a comprehensive community plan is at a minimum a 24-month process. I've worked with communities before to do it in 12 months, but that's really a fast track process and requires a significant commitment from staff as well as finances. Some of the difficulties associated with this plan, Councilman Rose, is that it was partially staff driven, partially commission or board driven, and partially consultant driven. And it was difficult to track accountability on those 3 parts. So recommendations moving forward is to look at funding sources in the capital improvement program, to set monies aside early on in the process, looking at a 2-year window to develop the plan. So if you were updating in 2031 and 2026, 27, you need to start looking at the capital plan to put monies aside for consulting services to assist the planning board in developing an update to the plan. It is an involved process. And one thing you can do using a consultant, you can keep a consultant on task. It's difficult when things are written internal to the department with the planning board because you can't control workload. You can get overwhelmed with the permitting process. So again, it's putting planning in place and planning for it financially early on. I would say that's in 2026 and 2027.
So inherent in Jamie's answer there is another part of the answer, which is this is a 10-year request. This is not a 5-year request. Our previous comp plan was a 5-year request from the state for approval. We're asking for 10 years in this one.
This is Amy, Assistant Town Solicitor, and I'm just following up on Rob's comment. The state law actually changed between the adoption of the old plan and now. Now we're required to be on a longer time frame. So the state mandates that they figure the town and the state is putting so much effort into preparation and adoption and review of these plans. And for good planning, they should be on a longer term time scale. So that's why it's 10 years now.
Thank you so much for your answers. And Jamie, thank you as well for, sticking with it these past couple of weeks or a month or so and really getting this done. It's much appreciated.
Thank you. I have to give credit. Brian Wagner and Dave Parker have also worked diligently as a team within the department, as well as Carol and Lynn with GIS and editing. So it wasn't just one person, it was really a team effort.
And Councilman Kelso?
I'd like to ask either the planning director or the chair of the planning board to give us an overview of what has substantially changed since the 2014 version.
I'll let Jamie run by that.
That's I'm going to preface this on the document is 366 pages long, not including appendixes. So the primary focus was really a refinement and narrowing down on some of the recommendations from the 2014 plan. So we'll take housing, for example. 2014 recognizes the deficiency in affordable housing and how the community can attempt to get there. The 2021 plan focuses more on a directive of really looking hard at the missing middle and developing regulations. The planning board has kind of run with that early on in the development of the plan and tackling the missing middle housing aspect. But if we go through the sections, from a land use perspective, again, you're only looking at us, in essence, from the development of this plan as it started, really coming to fruition in 2018 and 2019. It was only 4 years since the last plan was written. So again, it was time to there wasn't a lot of change, but it was focusing on the policies and action items. So from a land perspective, I believe there's 5 or 6 recommendations to changes in the zoning map or the future land use map associated with gateway development along 138 and Route 1 in the northeast corner of town. Again, looking at the 108 corridor as it relates to commercial development, developing mixed use housing regulations for Lower Tower Hill. Just to name a few, Councilman. With regards to housing, it's a continuation of the discussion on the affordability. Rhode Island has the comprehensive permit process. When a municipality doesn't have the 10%, you're still subject to that, even if you're over the 10%. But again, it's refining the focus of how to develop strategies so that affordable housing will happen versus the 2014 plan, in essence, recognizes the issue, and the 2021 plan tries to affect change through the regulatory process in order to affect the issue. Economic development, again, the strategies are somewhat similar and mirror that. You're a town of multiple villages. You're not a community of 5- and 6-story buildings in your downtown. It's keeping economic development focused and centered on the village areas and keeping it appropriately scaled and designed with regards to architecture and density in those areas. So, if you're on Lower Tower Hill, there's a certain density associated with that. If you're in Peacedale, there's a secondary density and architecture associated with that. And some of the recommendations in the new plan are to develop those design guidelines and standards that are appropriate for South Kingstown as it relates to growth. You have the new sections in natural hazards and climate change. There's a recognition in this plan about resiliency and trying to deal with climate change and frequency of storm events. That did not exist in the prior plan. Natural resource and open space continues along the theme of the existing plan that South Kingston has done a wonderful job over the years and needs to appreciate what they have, but not neglect that they also need to move forward, and where it makes sense, acquire open space, explore perhaps a fee in lieu of open space. We have a lot of developments in the community where we're getting small half-acre, 1 acre pieces within a development, where perhaps if the council and planning board entertained a fee in lieu of open space, the town could build additional resources to acquire larger tracts of land or smaller tracts of land within the village centers that may be of threat of development that could provide some reprieve from that development and develop pocket parks as land becomes available. The cultural and historic resources section, again, continues on with the themes associated in the 2014 plan, recognizing that you have some valuable pre-Aboriginal or prehistoric and historic features. Prehistoric meaning prior to written language, and historic meaning written language forward. There are some resources in this community from a cultural aspect that are prehistoric. And then you have written language up to historic homes and the cultivation of historic districts within the community, and a refinement of that and an identification that perhaps the town wants to explore expanding the historic district discussion into other areas in the community and not losing sight of your historic resources. Recreation, again, it's a refinement and cultivation of past practices in the community and a recognition that you've made great efforts on the recreational side, but also being flexible enough to move with the changing demographics of the town. Your population is aging in the community. The demographics are changing, and the plan relates to being able to move with that changing tide. Again, services and facilities, again, keeping pace with the changing demographics, keeping pace with facilities within the community that are available, maintaining good road systems, also looking at a lot of buzzwords within the plans with resiliency and climate change and complete streets and articulation of density and architectural and design standards. And those all relate on the municipal side to services and facilities. Energy, I touched upon that a little bit earlier. That was not in the last plan. That is a new requirement within state statute, and looking at the energy side of it, both from a production from the private sector and both on the energy savings on the municipalities. Switching over streetlights to LEDs, looking at modernizing HVAC systems within the school as well as the municipal building side. Electric vehicles, electric charging stations. Again, that's something we wouldn't have talked about in 2000 or in the beginning of 2014. Circulation, developing a good circulation from town, discussion on complete streets. Circulation is not just vehicular, it's public transportation, it's pedestrian, it's multimodal, it's the bike, it's the parents with the stroller. And again, it's a broadening that focus in the 2014. University of Rhode Island, again, looking at evaluating and strengthening the ties as a municipality and that university, as well as a discussion about how the university interacts with the community as it relates to land use in the vicinity of that campus, and whether there are any changes that need to be taken on or discussed at this point in time. There aren't any significant changes to rezone areas around the campus, but it touches upon a discussion that needs to be had. Implementation, again, it focuses on the responsibilities of action, goal setting, objectives, and then setting action plans, and who's responsible, whether it's the Economic Development Committee, Planning Board, Council, or a department within the town hall structure. Again, I'm flying at 10,000 feet, so if it feels like I skipped over anything or you would like more detail, I'll try and provide it.
No, that was great. Thank you.
Next, Councilwoman Bergner.
So there's a number of things that we're going to be talking about in our goals and objectives later tonight. Cottage zoning is in our goals, the Route 108 Special Management District, Route 1 Scenic Roadway. A lot of those are in our drafting goals. So how does that connect to the comprehensive plan? What's the process for sort of, I guess, moving some of those things forward, and how does this plan, I'm looking mostly at the land use section. So how does this plan drive that? What comes first? I mean, those are a lot of things, and I'm sure multiple years of, it would take years to plow through them. So how does that work?
With regard to that question, I think it's a great question, because exactly what you're looking at is what the planning board's looking at. And due to workload, we pushed off our work program for a couple of meetings, but it should be back on track to discuss at our April work session. The goals and objectives of the town council, I think, are in alignment with the goals and objectives within the comprehensive community plan, Deb, but I think maybe what's missing is a prioritization of those goals and objectives. We're a department of 5, 3 planners, support staff, and GIS. So as you're aware, I did ask, and it's in your budget in the capital improvement plan, for some funds in the outlying years, 2026 and 2027. But I think the discussion could be further continued with discussing prioritization of those goals and objectives. So if you're asking us to do design guidelines for Lower Tower Hill and finishing writing regulations for the missing middle as it relates to housing, and then taking on writing a comprehensive stewardship plan for Route 1, without consultings on board for that, we really need to prioritize and strategize on what is the most important thing to the planning board as well as the council, and then put those resources in a priority manner.
So I'm going to jump in and offer another insight about this. I think it's important, to recognize that the comprehensive plan is in many ways just guardrails. It doesn't drive the program. What the planning board is required to do when it makes a determination about a proposed development is find that it is consistent with. So the plan, consistent with the comprehensive plan. The policies and programs that the town council wants to pursue should jibe with the comprehensive plan, but the plan doesn't drive what the council does. The council drives what the council's policies ought to be, and they ought to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. It's more guardrails than driving the development. The comp plan is sort of the themes, and the particular chapters need to be written as you go forward.
If I could just, so thank you. The other question I had was, in 2018, but a prior council authorized a zoning study, or recommendations for some zoning changes. Where are we with that? I think it was Horsley Witten that was $100,000 contract, but we haven't heard what zoning recommendations came out of that.
So I'm gonna, Jamie, before you go, I wanna just plug Jamie, because he's made a big shift in this this project. And I want to make sure that the council and the planning board appreciates how important and how significant the change that Jamie has made is. When Horsley Witten was engaged, they were engaged in part to develop words. They were engaged to develop a regulatory change, proposed changes to the regulation that were very much around the words of a zoning ordinance. Jamie, in conversations with the planning board and with Horsley Witten, has shifted that so that the focus is on a pictorial representation of what the town wants and then words that describe it. One of the problems with legal documents is that words are ambiguous. Photographs and drawings can be much more concrete and much more easy for developers and for members of the community to understand quickly. So Jamie's working now with Horsley Witten and Union Studios to develop a set of graphic standards that will be the basis for the regulatory wording. But the regulations are going to be very much about getting to a picture that the community wants before we get to words that people are going to come in and interpret one way or another. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Jamie. I just wanted to make sure that folks understood and appreciated. This is a very important shift. For a long time, we've been talking about the need to have design standards in town, the need to have maybe a formed-based element to our zoning ordinance. And with one sort of switch in this study, moving from words to a pictorially oriented regulatory scheme, Jamie's made a big difference that has already produced some difference, some change with regard to the cottage zoning, and will produce more. I'm sorry, Jamie.
No, that's fine. I'll try and fill in the gaps there. So with the funds, which was $100,000 to look at the missing middle and housing types within the community, the planning board will be reviewing the final draft of the cottage regulations, both written words and graphics, as well as where the zone would be attributable within the community. And to Rob's point, and to the credit of some of the planning boards, when the words were written, it wasn't clear what those words would generate in a result. So there was a slight delay as we tried to articulate a result-driven process back to the written words. So we worked in concert with Union Studios and Horsley Witten to develop a design guideline, which is bulletin number 1 for the cottage regulations, and then make sure the words would make the result happen without any savvy interpretations by an attorney who's saying, you know, everyone's interpretation of what a cottage looks like can be very different. But when we have a picture of what are 10 acceptable cottages, it's easy to point a developer in the correct direction that you need to make it look like one of those or a close variation of one of those representative drawings. And with regards to density and scale and articulation of yards and landscaping, we have photographic representations and drawings of those. So with that discussion and with discussion with the planning board, we're looking at developing the next architectural standards and design parameters for mansion house, townhouse, row house, and then multifamily, which would be your 6 to 12 unit buildings. We've also talked about doing what's called big house, small house, back house, barn, which is a traditional New England development standard where you have a large farmhouse that's connected to a secondary appendage and a third, and then connected to the barn, and perhaps using that model as a fourplex, where from the street, it would just look like any traditional farmhouse with a barn connected to it. Once we articulate that vision through the design parameters, Jeff Davis will be responsible, as well as I, for developing the language to articulate the vision. So it's a little bit of change of strategy, but the commission doesn't have to, the board doesn't just have to read words to wonder what the product's going to look like. We're trying to demonstrate the product and work backwards to the words. And we should have some design guidelines in the next 4 to 6 weeks from Union Studios. on the next set of missing middle. After that, we will be looking at the mixed use component of first floor retail, office, second floor, and perhaps even third floor residential. And that was
Alright.
the scope of that project.
Jamie, do you have like a sort of a date that you're thinking each of those iterations will be complete? Like, are we talking early next year or?
A lot is, I don't want to say board driven. Again, it's a little, it's not mind reading, but we're trying to articulate the vision of the commission through interpretation. Yeah. I want to say, Abel, quicker than it took us to do the cottage regulations from September to now. And that was 6 months. So I would hope we could work through the next segment of the missing middle in the next 2 to 3 months and move it over to council, and then deliver the next set with the mixed use after that.
All right, thank you. Maria.
Thank you. I would just like to add a little bit on to what Jamie said and some of the questions that were asked by council members. There is a supplementary synopsis attached to tonight's agenda. It's about 2 pages, and it has a partial bulleted list and some subsections related to different categories that refer to some of the changes that are in this comprehensive plan up. And some of those do involve zone changes. It's also noteworthy that in addition to the Horsley-Witten study, there are other elements contained within the comprehensive plan that have goals and objectives associated with those. And what we have done in the past, but unfortunately not for a couple of years, is developed we used to call it the annual action agenda, and then we changed it to biennial because we couldn't get everything done in a 1-year time period. So it was spaced out over 2 years. And that combined with the town council goal and objectives and the planning board work plan is really what sends us on the path moving forward. Granted, sometimes that path becomes hijacked because things pop up that we need to work on. But that's a really important document, and it serves as the implementation to some of the goals and policies in the comprehensive plan. And also to reiterate what Jamie said about the plan being a foundational document, we have always been advised that it is essentially the people's document. It's an ordinance. It's not aspirational or meaningless. And we refer to it, as Jamie said, in our decisions. That's a requirement. So it should never be considered as a loose guide that sometimes you hear talk about citizens cherry picking language out of it to voice concerns, or applicants doing the same thing to justify a plan. This plan and previous plans have been developed over a long period of time with a considerable amount of citizen input, and really do represent the goals and feelings of the community at large.
Thank you, Maria. Are there other questions from council members or comments from planning board members at this point? Steve.
Yes, thank you, Abel. Again, I just want to give kudos to the planning board staff. We've had 3 directors of planning since we started this update on the comprehensive plan. Each new director has had to kind of pick up the ball where the other one left off. So it has been a challenge, and COVID hasn't made it any easier. But as Jamie said, that we're moving forward on some of these. Hopefully, again, we'll have the cottage design finished off here in the next month or so, and we'll move on to our next project. But I think the planning board's main focus sometimes is to make sure that when we have a new comp plan, When there's goals and policies that have been asked for, that we work towards making sure our zoning ordinances don't conflict with those. And in the past, that's been a challenge and been a problem when developers come in and point to what it says in the comprehensive plan, and yet our zoning ordinance doesn't allow for it. So Maria has been one to push to get some of these priority action items on a list so we can address these at our work sessions. But again, with the time that some of these take, and depending what else is going on with the planning board, our schedules and applications before us, it's time consuming, and it's sometimes difficult to get these done in a timely fashion. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. I appreciate all the work you and the other planning board members do on behalf of the town. I know it's a thankless job in many ways. Councilwoman Bergner.
First of all, I know Jamie Rabbit is new, even though it's practically 6 months since you've been here. But it's awesome to have you, because I think I've been coming or attending a lot of the planning board meetings. So watching and learning. And I think what I like is what you're bringing is that visual representation. You know, a lot of the visual when we were talking about, I don't know, whether it was one of the planning board meetings, you had a bunch of visuals, which was really very, very helpful. And I think that is a better educational tool for some people based on their learning style. So I like that is coming. I think it was in the, I don't know if it was Matunic or it was in the Village at Curtis Corner. Both of those, you had a lot of great representations, which I think help the public understand what we're trying to go for. So I'm looking forward to that. I hope that at the public hearing, some of the planning board, I know we ask a lot of you, you give a ton, and hope that you'll be able to come and answer questions, because clearly you know what's in the plan, what's changed, and where we're gonna go. So I hope that at the public hearing, I don't know if it's, I can't recall. It just got advertised when it will be, but I hope that some, or if all of you could attend, that would be great, because I know that the hard work you've done, especially over the last 3 months, is hard work. So I appreciate it.
Councilman McEntee.
I'd just like to say that I appreciate the fact that this has gotten unanimous support from the planning board. I think that gives the council great confidence into putting this into effect when we have a public hearing on this. The council relies heavily on the planning board and the work that they do. So the fact that this is unanimous, as I said, gives us great confidence. And you know, this has been lingering for a while. It's been something the council's had interested in wanting to put into effect. So we're appreciate the work the planning board has done, that the planning staff has done as well. And I expect that this should go into effect at the public hearing that we have in 2 weeks. So thank you for your work.
Any other comments here at the end? Steve? You're muted, Steve.
Maybe Amy can run us over how this goes when it goes to the state, what happens to the draft plan and when that'll take effect, and the legal status of our current plan, our expired plan, I should say.
This is Amy. So the plan, the current plan, although state approval has expired, is still binding on the town for town actions. The new plan, when it's approved by the town, will supersede the old plan and will be binding on the town for town actions. It's not binding on the state for state agency actions until it's fully reviewed and officially approved by the state. So what that means is, for example, DOT or any other state agencies that may want to do something in South Kingstown would need to consider and be bound by the the comprehensive plan, the new plan, once it's been approved by the state. In particular, and the planning board members have heard me say this recently in connection with several applications, once the new plan is approved by the state, comprehensive permit applications, if they are appealed to the State Housing Appeals Board, they are viewed through a different standard of review by SHAB, because now the town would be considered to have an approved affordable housing plan. So SHAB would be required to, comply with our plan, versus SHAB members decide what is best for the town. SHAB members currently consider us to have an expired affordable housing plan because that's part of our current plan. And so SHAB members get to decide what is reasonable and consistent with local needs, rather than whether it's consistent with an approved affordable housing plan.
You?
Abel?
Yes.
So Amy, just on that, can you go over, because it is an important point, any differences between the 2014 Affordable Housing Plan embedded in the 2014 Comprehensive Plan and this Affordable Housing Plan embedded in this Comprehensive Plan?
This is Amy. I can't speak specifically to that, and maybe Jamie can fill in here.
To answer Rob's question, there is the reference in the comprehensive plan to the town's affordable housing plan. So that link, which you could consider is slightly broken now, will be reestablished upon the adoption by council and then ultimate approval by the state. I think a lot of people misunderstand sometimes that there's the regulatory language of regulations and the regulatory in nature, and then there are guiding documents. The POC, the comprehensive plan, has some regulatory standing, but is primarily a guidance document. There are a lot of plans in town. There are Matunic Beach studies and there are village studies, but those are guidance documents. They're planning documents that they don't all carry regulatory weight. So again, the town has done a great job with developing plans over time. We need this plan takes some of those recommendations and tries to steer you in a direction of some regulatory changes.
I guess, Jamie, my question's a little simpler than that. It's just, are there differences between the 2014 plan and the 2021 plan? The affordable housing plan.
The objective in the 2014 is to provide opportunities for affordable housing throughout the community, not in any generalized areas. Again, there's some direction to develop the villages at a more denser mean than other areas in town, but the primary goal in 2014 was to provide housing opportunities for residents and people who would like to move to South Kingstown, and the same goes in 2021. There is an overriding sequence and policy to provide affordable housing, whether it's along the shore, in the villages, or in West Kingstown. Again, it's making provisions within the town's zoning to allow affordable options within the community, both deed restricted or controlled by government regulations, or through density development, which may drive the price to be more affordable if density is increased through the private sector. But again, the same overriding guiding principles to make South Kingston affordable to people within the community and outside the community.
Thanks, Jamie. Any other questions or comments at this point? Seeing none, I want to thank all the members of the planning board for taking time out of their Monday to meet with us here and talk about the comp plan. Look forward to seeing and hearing more about it in a couple weeks. And maybe some of you will join us at the public hearing as well. We'll see you then. And I will ask council members to stick around for our work session. We do have 9 minutes until we're scheduled to have interviews, but if you want, Rob, you can maybe start going through the agenda.
So actually, I have a question before we start going through the agenda, and that is one of your interviewees, Casey Chaskowitz. Is that how we pronounce his name, Susan?
Charkowick.
Charkowick. Is not going to be able to meet with the council live, but he has sent a video that he answers the questions that he knows the council regularly asks, and would like the council to accept that as his interview. He is a alternate on the Zoning Board of Appeals, and he is slated to move up because of the vacancy in the full committee. We told him that we'd, offer the council the opportunity to listen to his video and hear his thoughts on why the zoning board and that sort of thing. But if the council doesn't want to do that and wants to invite him in for a full interview at a future date, then that saves us a few minutes one way or the other.
How do folks feel about a video tape interview response? I think we can watch it and see if it's sufficient to our needs, maybe.
Okay. All right. Well, then when we get to the interviews, just tell me when you want me to play it and I'll play that video. Working through the agenda.
Wait a minute, this is Amy. I think we said work session following interviews at 7.
Yes.
Okay, so let's wait till 7.
Right, but I'm just, oh, well, okay.
Yeah,
Very-
for OMA purposes.
Yep.
I know, it's not efficient.
No, that's okay.
All right, well, we'll just take an 8-minute break here then, and see you back here at 7 o'clock.
Another cup of coffee. All right.
It'll probably be necessary.
Yeah. Well, the timing's probably off though. That's all right.
Did everyone receive my email with the Zoom link for the closed session later on tonight?
All right, well, we're all here now and it's 7 o'clock. So Rob, if you want to well, let's do the interviews. I guess Bill Rosen, he is in the audience. All right, Bill, you've been brought into the meeting. You just need to unmute yourself. We can see you now.
Okay, I'm here.
Welcome. Thanks for coming in. You are in line to graduate out of the alternate members up to a full zoning board member. Why don't you tell us about your experience so far and why you think you'll do a good job as a full zoning board member?
Well, I've been on the as an alternate member for about 2 years now. I interviewed once before for this position of going to a full member, but there was another member who had been on there longer, and I suggested that he had been on there longer because he had more experience with things. I am now the number 1 alternate. There's actually 2 alternates that are on the board all the time. But at the present time, both myself and that other alternate have been participating as full members because we only have right now 5 members on the board that can participate in the meetings because other people are out of town or whatever. I've been on long enough. I now know how to do things. I can actually make motions that appear to be coherent to some people. I've also find myself in an unusual position since it's a semi-judicial process that I'm judging how to do things and whether to accept or deny the particular variance or special use permit that's being asked for as such. I found that within the ordinances, the book of ordinances, there are many, many ordinances, but only a handful of say 10 or 15 of those small ordinances ever come up before the board on a regular basis. Once in a while, we do get an unusual situation. But it takes a lot of concentration to follow the arguments that are being made. But one of the things I particularly enjoy the most is asking questions of the people that are there. I also find it interesting that there are supporters and opposing views that come before the board quite often, actually. And those turn out to be somewhat interesting from the point of view that it allows me to see things that I would, from a different point of view than I would expect to my own point of view associated with that. But the one thing that I've learned is you have to remain neutral to the very end, and then you have to make a judgment one way or the other. And so I think I've come to appreciate that more than I did when I first joined the board as such.
Thanks, Bill. Any other?
That's about it, Abel.
It was a very good answer. Exactly what I would expect. Any other questions for Bill? All right, seeing none, Bill, thank you for coming. It's good to see your face again. I
Okay,
hope you've been doing well through this whole crisis and appreciate all the work you've put in. Certainly, you have a very strong case. And we'll let you know.
I'm looking forward to get back to face,
Indeed.
like everybody else. Okay, bye-bye.
All right, have a good night. All right, so I guess we can try and play that video now from Casey.
And while I'm setting this up, I would just point out that, we entertain this possibility and ask Casey to do this because we know the zoning board has got a, sort of manpower crisis right now. So we appreciated his willingness to at least provide this information tonight. And I assume everyone can see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to play.
Good evening, council members.
He's a little quiet.
To review my application, my name is Casey Charkwick. I'm a South Kingstown resident, I'm a corporate attorney. I work for Textron up in Providence, and I've been an alternate.
If you could rewind it to the beginning, I'll try and increase my
on the board.
volume as well.
Yeah, you're going to have to all adjust locally, I'm afraid.
Hey, I had mine up at top volume, still couldn't hear towards the end there.
Okay. Well, this may not work. I'll try it one more time. If everyone gives me a thumbs up, I'll go.
Yeah, Rob, I think it's your volume on that video that needs to be booted up.
The screen suggests that we're at max volume, so I don't know. Let's try it.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for taking time to review my application. My name is Casey Charkwick. I'm a South Kingstown resident.
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
And I've been an alternate member of the zoning board since October of 2020.
One more thing.
I've really enjoyed my time. The board is incredibly well managed. Patient and diligent.
Yeah, that's the best I'm going to get out of my machine on this. So if that's not working for the council, I'm afraid it's just not going to work.
Yeah, I don't think that'll be good enough. Maybe you could email that to us or share it with us somehow, and we can review it in the interim, or the next meeting or something.
I can try to do that. It's actually stored on the local server here at Town Hall because it's a video file. It's fairly large, but we'll try to compact it or zip it or whatever we have to do and get it to the council. I'm sorry the technology has failed us.
It happens. All right. I believe those were our only two interviewees tonight. Is that correct?
That is correct, Abel.
Okay, with that then we can tackle that agenda.
All right. So I guess it's a sort of interesting agenda in that there's a little bit of everything on here and a little more than a little bit of some things. So it might make sense to just start in with whether or not there are any particular questions from members of the council. Is there any item on the agenda that the council would like to get particular information on? All right, we will just run through it. A couple of licenses, actually 2 licenses that are not on the consent agenda. The council has Calf Bar and Buffalo Gills, which appears to be over at the Rose Hill Golf Club. 2 public hearings tonight, one on the Veterans Tax Abatement Program, adjusting the numbers up. This is based on an annual review of veterans abatement programs across the state. Jean Bouchard is here to provide any information that the council might have about the results of this year's survey. But he's trying to keep us in line with other municipalities and to adjust for inflation so that veterans receive the same or better benefits from year to year, as opposed to losing the value of an abatement because of inflation. And then we have a public hearing relative to a proposed amendment to the town ordinance regarding temporary outdoor service areas. This is the issue of restaurants and bars and theaters being able to serve alcohol beyond their indoor service areas. This is a program that we started last year in response to COVID, and it will continue if the council authorizes its continuation until September 8th under this proposed amendment. The 6-month period, there's nothing magic about it. It's the end of the summer. It's just after Labor Day. It seemed like a logical place to try to figure out where we are in the future. This was always meant to be a program that was temporary in nature. The expiration of the program right now is slated for the end of this month. It is clear that COVID is going to continue to be a problem for businesses, for restaurants, and for the other businesses that I mentioned before. So it does seem to make sense, and it is the staff's recommendation that we extend the temporary outdoor permit program until September 8th of 2021. We could, of course, extend it further if we get to September or near September and find that COVID has not disappeared, that we have not got a sufficient number of the population vaccinated, and that indoor dining is still not the preferred way to serve folks and enjoy a meal out. I will note that in the packet that the council received, there's also notice of state legislation that's been filed on this point. The state is considering a statutory provision that would extend the outdoor service area permits for all municipalities for a full year. If that happens, then the September 8th would be superseded by the date 1 year from enactment in the state legislation. So it's a relevant piece of information. It doesn't have any other immediate bearing on the council's decision tonight. It really just would be another way to achieve the same objective for a longer period of time. We can talk about that legislation at a future date, but in terms of what it would mean for this, right now it doesn't mean anything. It is a bill that has not been enacted, and its effect would simply be to change the period of time and some of the mechanisms by which the program operates. Moving on to communication.
I just have a question on that one, please.
Sure.
Rob. What happens if the state does go to 100% occupancy prior to September 8th?
So we could, well, it's an interesting question. In theory, we could repeal an ordinance. That would be a disruptive thing to do. And I think that in part is why the state legislature is considering putting a state rule in place, because they don't want us pulling the rug out from under people if we're going to give them an extension, if we're going to have them out there doing these extended service areas. We have received some requests, and one has already been granted. It will be coming before the council at the next meeting, I believe, for a permanent special use permit to serve outdoors. That applicant, the one that was approved by the Zoning Board of Review, is the Muse. The Muse has asked that their service area be extended to include a portion of what previously had been their parking lot. The Zoning Board of Review has approved their request for a special use permit. They will now have to come before the liquor board, the town council, for the service area permit. So there's some of these things that are happening in parallel and will be effective if the regular regulatory regime, the regular regulatory process gives them relief. So the Muse, if they come before the council and get a license extension, they can serve both inside and outside in that area that's been designated and approved by the Zoning Board of Review for use as dining area. One can imagine similar treatment of other facilities. The one that folks talk about quite often is the Matunic Oyster Bar. They've, as you know, put temporary seating on the roof of their building and have sort of created an elaborate railing system around the roof. If they were to come before the council, ask for a permanent liquor license, and the zoning board said, yes, you can stay on your roof and dine up there permanently, then the regulatory process would have kicked in, or the regular regulatory process would have kicked in, and this temporary use permit becomes immaterial, and the state rule becomes immaterial because the state rule applies only to temporary services.
Okay, just one more piece of that.
Sure.
So if we choose to extend the service area, we're not granting a new liquor license, we're just extending the service area. Does that require public hearings?
Mike, well, we're going to have a public hearing tonight on this, and I
Right,
believe.
but when the Muse comes before us and says,
Ah.
we want to extend our liquor license to the parking lot. So you have to draw on your liquor license where you serve alcohol. Now they're going to add the parking lot, right? Does that require a public hearing?
So. I
Yeah,
think
this
Yes,
is
it
Mike.
does.
At that point, when they want to expand their liquor service licensed area, they are going to have to come to the council for a hearing.
The only
And-
reason I
We
hesitate.
do not yet have that application.
There you go. That's the answer.
No, I just want to know the process. And so I want the businesses to know the process as well.
That's right. So if they have not submitted an application for a temporary use permit that's been extended and they've not submitted an extension for permanent change, then this tonight will not affect the Muse, for example. We do, however, have some applicants who have applied for extension of their temporary service area permits. This hearing is that granting. We'll grant that authority. So their service areas will be extended by tonight's hearing. Okay. We have a communication back from the Recreation Commission with regard to the request to name the senior center in honor of Barbara Hackey. So that's a major item of communication on the agenda tonight. We have an email from Susan Marcus concerning goals and objectives. I will note for the town council that the typographical errors that were identified by Susan Marcus have been made. Those changes have been made. Any other changes were substantive and we leave to the council. So you can decide what to do with those when we get to the goals and objectives tonight. You have a couple of items on the agenda regarding legislation pending before the state legislature, one dealing with taxation and one dealing with gun control. Those are items G and J. You have a resignation, or actually a statement of intent to resign from Vin Murray, who has been serving as the as an alternate subcommittee member representing South Kingstown for disputed coastal resource management council applications. Upon the completion of the Matunic Oyster Farm application, Mr. Murray intends not to continue in that capacity. We have two letters from the chair of the Economic Development Committee. One is to create a subcommittee for the study of a potential park or potential park improvements at Saugatucket Park. This is a committee that the EDC would like to set up, or a subcommittee that the EDC would like to set up with membership from the Parks and Recreation, from the Recreation Commission, with the idea of sort of looking at the Saugatucket Park with a fairly significant proposed change in the way that the park would look and would operate and function as a park. The second is a request that the town council formally establish a committee to organize the town's 300th anniversary. The EDC membership is interested in both of those items. The subcommittee with the council's permission will be created by the EDC committee. The other a 300th anniversary is really just a suggestion from the EDC, and the committee would have to be established by the town council. The EDC, I will note, wants your permission to set up a subcommittee in this regard because it's multiple committee members who will be involved, and because it is a major project that they're contemplating on town land. So they felt that the scope and the involvement of multiple committee members made it appropriate to ask for the council's permission to establish that subcommittee. You have an email from Councilwoman Bergner proposing adoption of a resolution concerning the utilization of properties that have been donated to the town. And then moving on. New business. The two big items tonight are adoption of the preliminary budget and the adoption of the town council's goals and objectives. As I've indicated before, the town council's goals and objectives, are something that you can always amend. It's something you can adopt tonight. It's something that if you decided to hold off and adopt on the evening of final adoption of the budget, that would be good for our government accounting and financial officers, GFOA submission for the budget award. Much of what drives the goals and objectives is the realization that it's just good budgeting, and both form and substance dictate that we have some goals and objectives. The form piece of it is GFOA requirement that if you're going to apply for an outstanding budget presentation award, which we have and have received, I think, for 6 consecutive years now, that this must be part of the budget document. So we do need to get goals and objectives finalized. It does not need to be tonight if the council truly wishes to hold off and revisit any part of that goals and objectives document.
Councilwoman Berger has a question.
Thank you, Abel. So I did have a couple of changes or additions and edits to the goals and objectives. So wherever we get, I'll just give them in at that time or contribute them. And as far as my resolution, do I have the opportunity to talk about it, or do you want me just to wait till we get to communications and ask that it be an item that we add to the agenda?
Well, it's on the agenda, so we can, I would suggest just speaking your request at that point, and we can take action on it. If we want to pass the resolution, it's on the agenda there under your communication.
Right. I just didn't know if it needed to be, if I needed to make it move from a communications item to an item on the agenda for it to be voted upon.
No, we can vote on it just the way it is.
Okay. So I'll just talk about it at that time.
Yeah, that works.
So we have a resolution authorizing the town clerk to advertise the order of notice for a public hearing relative to the comprehensive plan. If the council wants to order that notice in anticipation of a hearing date of April 12th, we can do that. We will have to get the advertisement to the newspaper tomorrow. But that advertisement is prepared, and we can do that for April 12th. The next meeting date would be April 26th. So you can go for the 12th, or you can go for the 26th. We have a resolution ordering the purchase of 4 police interceptor vehicles. We actually pared this back from 5 this year because one of the vehicles is close, but has not hit the mileage standard that we have for the retirement of vehicles. So we will be looking for 4 replacement vehicles this year. They have exceeded their mileage and hours of operation. The 5th one that we anticipated purchasing will be kept in service for another year. A large award of bid to Hart Engineering Corporation, $3 million for improvements to the wastewater treatment facility. John Schock is here and will be able to answer questions on that. A resolution extending the town's declaration of emergency adopted back on March 15th of last year. This is, again, just to keep us agile and give us the opportunity per council policy. We are notifying the council if any actions are taken, any executive orders are necessary under this emergency order. We have not had to do anything recently, and I don't anticipate having to do anything. But again, the emergency declaration gives us the flexibility to act quickly if we need to. We do have the executive order 2020-09, which is gathering limitations. This is simply language that mirrors whatever the state's regulations are, which gives our police the ability to enforce social gathering and group attendance at events requirements if they need to. And finally, a resolution extending the COVID-19 administrative leave for employees who have tested positive or have come in close contact. When the federal legislation allowing employees to take COVID sick leave expired, we put this in place, and it has been used by a number of town employees and has proved useful in the maintenance of our programs, because it keeps our employees knowing that if they do come down with COVID, they're not going to be burning their own sick leave and not wanting people to worry about burning their sick leave. This allows us to let them stay home without running the risk of having employees who've had close contacts come into the office. So that's what that is all about. And that is the agenda. As I say, a little bit of everything tonight.
Very good. Thanks, Rob. Questions for Rob about anything on the agenda or other items of interest and concern?
That's pretty good timing, huh?
We have about 4 minutes until 7:30. So if I don't see any other questions, then we can take a quick break and come back at 7:30. All righty, see you then. Damn it. Looks like we're all back and live now. We're recording and streaming, Susan.
Yes, we are.
And I'd like to welcome everybody to this meeting of the South Kingstown Town Council. It is Monday, March 22nd. Time is 7:30. Our first order of business is the pledge to the flag, as usual. Susan, if you wouldn't mind leading us in that, I would be very grateful.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Item 3 on the agenda is the roll call. Would the clerk please take it?
Certainly. Council President Collins,
Here.
Council Vice President McEntee,
Here.
Councilwoman Bergner,
Here.
Councilwoman Kelso,
Here.
Councilwoman Rose.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you. Item 4 is the approval of minutes of previous meetings.
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve 4A and B.
Jess Rose, I'll second.
We have a motion from Councilman McEntee, second from Councilwoman Rose. Is there any discussion? Anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously. That brings us to the consent agenda.
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Jess Rose, I'll second.
A motion from Councilman McEntee, second from Councilwoman Rose. Any discussion? Is there anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously and brings us to licenses. 6A is a resolution granting a victualling and holiday sales license to Calf Bar of Main Street in Wakefield, subject to submission of updated retail sales tax permit and Rhode Island Department of Health approval. Application by Alexandra Boutros. Is Alexandra or somebody else here? All right. I'm not sure if that might be Alexandra or Elias, but you just need to unmute yourself at this point. Yep. And if you'd like to be seen, you can. There you go.
Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome back. So you've made a move. Tell us a little bit about what's been happening.
Yeah, so we obviously outgrew our space, but it was a blessing in itself for 3 years, starting off our business. And with COVID, it was either shut down or go all in. And we've decided to get some investments and expand into a beautiful location where the old 401 studio used to be. Gives us a little more area to expand our menu, having a hood system in there, having more frontage on the in terms of street view as well, and be able to put some outdoor seating towards the back, hopefully down the line. But really it helps us out tremendously to allow guests to come into our establishment.
Any questions for the applicant? Councilman McEntee.
I like the move. I think it's a great location down there. When do you anticipate opening?
Well, we've moved out of our old spot. It's been a little over a month now. We're hoping within the next 7 to 10 days, granted all licensing and permits get approved. We have Department of Health walk through in a few days, and just waiting on Town Fire, which should be at the end of this week. So hopefully we can have a soft opening this weekend, probably Saturday or Sunday, and Monday be our first day, God willing.
Great, just in time for the warm weather. That's good.
Yeah, it worked out great.
Councilwoman Rose.
My question was going to be when you were opening. So thank you, Roy, for asking that. And I just wanted to say congratulations on the move. It has been the talk of my house between my 16-year-old daughter and her friends. Everyone is looking forward to it. So congratulations, and look forward to coming to see you at the new location.
Thank you, much appreciated.
Any other questions or comments, or do I hear a motion?
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve 6A.
Jess Rose, I'll second.
Motion from Councilman McEntee, second from Councilman Rose. Any further discussion? Anyone opposed? That motion is unanimous. Congratulations. We'll see you down there, and good luck.
Appreciate it very much, guys.
6B is a resolution granting victualling and holiday sales licenses to Brandon C. Gilly of Buffalo Gills of Rose Hill Road in Wakefield. This is subject to the Rhode Island Department of Health approval. Application by Brandon Gilly of Narragansett. It's Brandon here. There he is. All right, Brandon, you've been brought into the meeting. You just need to click on the little microphone button for us to be able to hear you. And if you want to be seen, there you are.
How we doing?
Very good, thank you. So tell us a little bit about your Buffalo Gills.
So I'm going to be leasing out the kitchen over at Rose Hill Golf Club, I'm going to be serving the patrons there, and then I'm also looking to push towards like a late night delivery. Not too late, but 11, 12 o'clock. I'm going to be using the delivery services, and hopefully that'll enable me to be a yearly business as opposed just to a golf course summer business. And yeah, I'm going to be serving some sandwiches. I got a kind of cool, funky flavor on the names and some of the stuff that I'm doing with it. And we'll have some appetizers and some salads.
You're going to have wings?
Yes, I will have wings. Buffalo, I'll have a little buffalo tang to everything, so buffalo aiolis and things to that nature. So
very good. Very good. Love the buffalo wings. Any other questions or comments for Brandon? So you went over sort of how late you were going to stay. When do you open over there?
The date of opening will be April 4th. That'll be a Friday, and I'm gonna kind of do a soft opening for the month of April. With the golf season, kind of, it's a little slower in April, so we'll do weekends to start, and then it will be full go in May. Will be 7 days a week, and it'll be like noon to midnight is going to be the hours. To start, I might kind of chop that down to Friday and Saturday, depending on business.
Do I hear a motion?
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve 6B.
Jess Rose, I'll second.
We have a motion from Councilman McEntee, second from Councilwoman Rose. Any further discussion? None. Is there anyone opposed? Very good. That motion carries unanimously. Good luck, Brandon.
Thank you very much.
Have a good evening.
You as well.
All right, and that brings us to item 7 on the agenda, public hearings. 7A is a public hearing to consider proposed amendments to the Town Code, Chapter 17, Taxation, Article 1 in general, Section 17-1, Veterans Exemptions. And as you can see on the agenda there, we're again moving the benefit up a little bit in accordance with a policy that we established. It has to be 4 or 5 years ago now. I don't know if Jean wanted to be brought into the meeting.
Yeah, Jean was prepared to brief the council tonight.
All right, welcome, Jean.
Good evening. I'm Jean Bouchard, the town assessor. Each year, our office conducts a veterans exemption survey to ensure that our exemption amounts meet the statewide average. There are 5 different veteran exemption categories. They're They're the veteran, the widow of a veteran, 100% disabled veteran, Gold Star parent, and prisoner of war. This year's survey indicated that 4 of the 5 veteran exemption categories needed to be increased to meet the statewide average. The veteran and widow veteran would require an increase of $30 to a $215 credit. Veterans who are 100% disabled would require an increase of $35 to a $340 credit. Veterans who are prisoners of war would require a $15 increase to $565 credit. The one remaining category, Gold Star parent, was already above the existing statewide average. We have a credit of $378. The statewide average was $232. I'm estimating that the total dollar exemption increase would be in the $20,000 to $25,000 range. I would like to note that the participation level in this program decreases by about 40 veterans per year due to relocation and veterans who are now deceased. Should the council agree with these recommendations, I would request approval of the attached resolution. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to try and address them.
Thank you, Gene. Questions? Councilwoman Kelso?
Just a question, why do we just have Gold Star parent and not make that a spouse as well?
It's the way the statute is written. I would, my interpretation of that, if it was the wife or the husband, either one of them would qualify for the exemption. I mean, it does, I mean, you
Try
would
to
still,
read Gold Star parent, right?
yeah, I would imagine,
So if
I would imagine
the
that.
spouse who's killed in the line of duty, I'm not addressed on this chart.
Gold Star parent would be the parent of the veteran who passed away.
Correct.
So if you were the mom or the dad, you would qualify.
Right. What if you're the husband or the wife?
I think Gene was saying that they also qualify already.
Under this statute?
Yeah, I would interpret that way, yeah.
Okay.
I would not,
It was kind of a glaring omission to me, but as long as you.
yeah, I should have said Gold Star.
Survivor.
Yes, yeah, either parent. But either parent would qualify.
So Gene, that I'm gonna try this again. What I think Councilwoman Kelso is pointing to is the spouse of a veteran is covered at $215 for an abatement. Whereas the parent of a Gold Star veteran, a deceased veteran who died in the line of duty, gets a $378 credit. Nothing on the chart indicates that the surviving spouse of a veteran who died in the line of duty is eligible for anything more than the $215 credit. Is that correct, or is there something about the chart that conceals an additional payment for the surviving spouse of a veteran who died in the line of duty?
I'm confused by the question.
So Gold Star parents get $378. What about Gold Star spouses? What do they get? If your
I'm
husband,
interpreting your question to me, the husband or the wife.
right, but if your husband goes off to war and he dies, what's your tax credit?
That would be a surviving, that would be the spouse of a veteran.
Right, 215, even though your spouse is deceased in the line of duty. Whereas if your son or daughter dies in the line of duty, it's 378. Is that current state law? Are we required by state law to have these categories?
That's my interpretation of it, yeah. But the Gold Star,
Here's what I would suggest on this question, Councilwoman Kelso. We can investigate, and if there is need for an adjustment, we'll come back to the council with an adjustment to make sure that spouses are not put at a disadvantage relative to parents with regard to Gold Star servicemen or women.
Would it do any harm tonight just to amend it to reflect Gold Star parent and or spouse?
It might, if
And
state statute limits us, then it might. We might not be able to do it. So I'm a little reluctant, since we're tied to a state statute.
And would it do any harm by not, by putting this off for 2 weeks?
Gene?
We can put it off for 2 weeks if you'd like.
Okay, I just don't want to harm anyone by putting it off. I'd rather pass it and then go back and add it if we can.
I tend to think there's a simple answer here. I think that actually the problem is I'm not understanding the question. If you're a Gold Star parent, either a man or a wife, you would be considered a Gold Star and get the Gold Star credit.
Right, Gene, but my question is, I'm not the parent of the deceased soldier. I am the spouse of the deceased soldier.
So that you would be a surviving spouse.
Right, the veteran of war.
That's a surviving spouse of a veteran.
Right, but there's quite a discrepancy there of about $150 in credits. I'm just trying to.
Right, and that's that's the nature of the statute, that, you know, either you're
Correct.
a Gold Star parent or you're a surviving spouse.
Then I am in agreement with go investigate the statute and bring it back to us in 2 weeks. That would be my thoughts on it.
All right, yeah, and just to, I think, clarify for Gene, I think it's not a misunderstanding really, it's just, I think Councilwoman Kelso is saying that $163 difference between a Gold Star parent and, you know, a spouse who loses their, you know, loved one in war should be the same, basically, or I don't know, more maybe.
Okay, I'll look into that.
Councilwoman Bergner?
My thought on that, just to follow up with what Deb said, is that surviving spouses are provided for by the federal government in a very different way than surviving parents. And so perhaps that's the difference here, is that there's already a federal providing to veterans who are killed in the line of duty. My other question doesn't relate to that, but it was, can you tell me how you reach out to the veterans to find them? I know you said it costs $20,000 to $25,000, but I just was curious, how many veterans do we have in the program? Because I couldn't find that, or maybe I missed it.
Totally, right now, we have 899 veterans in the program.
Wow.
The vast majority of those, of the 899 participants, 855 of them are either a veteran or a widow of a veteran.
Okay.
We have 3 Gold Star parents currently.
Okay. And you had said at 378, we are more than the statewide average. What's the average? I'm glad that we are.
Statewide average for Gold Star parent was 232.
Okay. So that's where so in South Kingstown, item B is very similar to what the statewide average is, 238, 215. It's whatever, $18 difference, but the Gold Star is different. So somewhere along the line, maybe a previous council increased it because perhaps Gold Star families don't get the same as Gold Star parents don't get the same as the surviving spouse benefits get in a different situation. Right?
Sorry, was that a question?
I know I sort of thinking out loud. I guess somewhere along the line, a council must have adjusted the Gold Star family
Each year
amount.
I present the various categories and I present what the average is.
Yeah.
And then that's how we arrive at the credit.
There is another possible explanation, though, Councilwoman Bergner. It's possible that a community has reduced or eliminated a previously existing benefit. And in so doing, reduce the state average. So it's possible that we are out of whack because somebody else has changed to a lower number.
Okay.
I don't know why we're out of whack, but we are high on that one.
That's fine. I mean, that doesn't bother me. I just was,
Right.
I don't know how it would have gotten changed. I was just thinking.
Right, so there are a couple things I know. I mean, we have it in our power tonight to increase that line item B to 278 rather than, or 378 rather than 215, if we thought that that was the appropriate policy. But Councilwoman Kelsey, you'd rather just wait for another night. In that case, what I would suggest we do is continue this public hearing to the next council meeting and keep it open. Is that correct, Mike?
Yes, don't close the meeting, keep it open and continue to April 12th.
So do you want me to make the motion?
Sure. I was just going to ask if there was any further comment before doing that. All right. Yeah.
I move that we continue the public hearing until April 12th. Item A, 7A.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Bergner, second from Councilwoman Kelso. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. For those folks who did tune in to comment on this public hearing, please do tune in next time. We'll settle it then. All right, 7B is a public hearing relative to a proposed amendment to the Town Code, Chapter 9, Licenses and Miscellaneous Business Regulations, Section 9-21, temporary expansion of licensed premises for restaurants that would extend the expiration date, as shown on Exhibit 1 attached to the agenda. Councilman McEntee, did you have a question before we get into this item?
Yeah, my question's for Rob. Rob, what is the number of the bill that if enacted, it would preempt this ordinance of ours? And who is the co-sponsor or the sponsor of that bill?
Yeah, I don't have the number of the bill right at hand, but the sponsor of the bill is Carol McEntee, Representative Carol McEntee.
Got it. Thank you.
Right, very good. So Rob, were you going to take the lead on presenting this, or who's this?
So we can bring Jamie Gorman in. But I will also just sort of let the council know that the purpose of this amendment is to extend a program that we initiated last year in order to allow restaurants in South Kingstown, restaurants and theaters and other liquor license holders to extend their service area. When we first encountered the COVID restrictions, one of the major problems was that restaurants and other alcohol serving establishments were prohibited from having people in the buildings. So we moved people out of the buildings, allowed for the temporary service of liquor in parking lots, on lawns, on sidewalks, this sort of thing, so that we would allow for these businesses to continue. A number of these businesses have developed very successful models over the course of the last year. And we recognize that we're still going to be with COVID and COVID restrictions for quite some time. It's really hard to guess where we're going to be in September, but it looks like certainly through the spring and through the summer, we are likely to have some restrictions on indoor service of alcohol. So what this ordinance does is it takes our program, which allows restaurants and others to serve food and alcohol outside of their normal service area, which is typically in a building. We have had, trying to think, in fact, I don't think we've had some inquiries. There are some restaurants that already had outdoor service areas. So there's an example. Phil's always was serving on their roof. They were always outdoors. Their area of service was outdoors. They've moved as well into the back of their building, and they provide service outside the back of the building as well. So this temporary use permit is one that was designed to allow restaurants to do just that sort of thing, to make sure that they could get customers not into the restaurant, but into an area where they could be served food and drink. We don't have too many of these applications out there at this point. I'll let Jamie speak to that in just a minute, but I will talk briefly about the timeline here. Our temporary outdoor use permit program will expire. The ordinance establishing this program by the council last year expires at the end of this month. If we do nothing, then as of March 31st, all of those temporary uses, all of those temporary outdoor permits expire. The purpose of this amendment tonight is to make sure that the program does not expire at the end of March, but rather continues. And the date that the staff and I have recommended is until September 8th. The logic there is that it's 6 months and it's, you know, just after the end of the summer season. We can always come back and revisit a date going to December 8th or some other period of time later in the year, if that's desirable. We've been very aware of the fact that this is a temporary program. It's not designed to be a replacement for the regular zoning and the regular liquor permitting processes. It's a temporary emergency procedure. So 6 months seems an appropriate period of time, but of course the council is free to identify a different period, a different date. With that, Jamie, how many do we have at this point outstanding, and how many applications for renewal have we seen recently?
Recently, we've received about approximately, I believe we've issued maybe 3. We have about 3 or 4 more in a queue for review by departments within the town. Not as many as last year, but I think establishments and the owners are realizing that it's available and it's a lifeline to their business as well as to the residents, so to safely dine.
Great. Thank you both. Councilwoman Bergner.
This isn't directly about this question at hand, but Rory kind of makes me think about other legislation that might be submitted. So how do we as a town council learn about other legislation that's submitted that might have an impact on the town? I know there's Bill Tracker you could sign up for, but like how does the council know about that? How do you know about that? So
we rely very heavily on the League of Cities. The Rhode Island League of Cities and Towns monitors legislation in the state capital and sends us, not always daily, but pretty close to daily, every couple of days at least, updates on what's going on at the state legislature. When there are things that, you know, we think are particularly relevant, and I'm happy to have the, you know, council tell me they want to see everything, but typically we don't send all of those on. It's a lot of stuff, but we sent this one on to the council, the legislation pending in this area. You should have gotten a copy of it as an attachment to this this hearing, and you know, we did that because it's relevant, it's germane to this discussion.
Any questions or comments about extending the date on this outdoor service? All right, Councilwoman Bergner.
I may have missed that. Was that in an attachment? I mean, it's not on the agenda, correct?
So it's not an item on the agenda. I was talking to folks in my office this afternoon, and I think it was sent as an attachment to this hearing on the council's agenda. I'll check that and make sure that we've got it to you correctly.
It's just that you got the cornucopia of things on this agenda, and I don't know if I actually missed the bill. So No problem.
Yeah, and this is Mike Ursullo. Obviously, that bill is far from being law at this point, and the council should act on this evening so that we don't have a gap. If anything, the bill will overrule town and city ordinances on this subject, if in fact it passes and gets signed by the governor, et cetera. So we're probably a long way from that.
Any other questions on this public hearing? All right, seeing none, it is a public hearing. If there's somebody here from the public who would like to have some input on this item, please raise your hand now and I'll call on you in order in which the hands are raised. If you're on your phone, you can hit *9 to raise your hand. And then if we let you in, you hit *6 to unmute yourself. I do not see anybody rushing to speak tonight. Do I hear a motion to close the public hearing?
Before you do, just one thing for the record, just so that folks know, the house number is House 6129. I'm sorry, 6119 is the pending legislation. Again, germane, but not immediately superseding or any of that.
So this is Deb Kelso. I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Jess Rose, I'll second.
A motion from Councilwoman Kelso, second from Councilwoman Rose. Any further discussion? Is there anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously. And do I hear a motion on 7B?
Jess Rose, I'll make a motion to approve item 7B.
Rory McEntee, I'll second that. Can I comment on this quick, Abel?
Yeah, we have a motion. We have a second discussion.
Great. I think this is an easy one to support. I think this ordinance allows businesses to expand their operations at a time when state regulation and town regulation has limited their ability to indoor dining. So obviously any opportunity we can give the businesses to expand their offerings is great for the economy and great for them. And certainly businesses locally have taken advantage of it and have done well with it. So easy one to support. So happy to second this.
Any other discussion? All right, is there anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously, and that brings us to item 8 on the agenda, communications. 8A is a memorandum from the Leisure Services Director to the Town Manager dated March 1st, 2021, entitled Request to Name Senior Center in honor of Barbara Hackey, providing the Recreation Commission's recommendation that the Town Council consider establishing a policy on naming town properties before making a decision on this single request. So they've put the ball back in our court. What would we like to do? Mike, just could we tonight set a policy, or because of this agenda item, or do we have to have some type of?
No, so, I think it would be better, you're right, Abel, if we had an actual policy in place in order to then move on it with a specific request such as this, rather than act on it in an ad hoc manner. And if you like, I know there are other municipalities out there that do have policies with regard to naming buildings, park benches, squares, etc. Perhaps what I could do for you is provide you with, a model or two, adopt the policy, which would be a good thing for the town to have in general. And then once the policy is in place, act on the request. That would be my recommendation. And I could have that information for you. If you give me till the second meeting in April, maybe April 26th, and that way we could do something thoughtful.
Right, and then just for my edification, is that something that would be an ordinance, or is that just like a resolution?
I would make it more of a resolution policy as opposed to an ordinance.
Councilman McEntee, I saw your hand raised, but it's down now, so maybe we got to it. All right. So maybe a motion would be in order to refer this to Mike.
So it's Deb Kelso. I will make that motion, able to refer this back to staff to come up with a couple of policies we can take a look at.
Rory McEntee, I'll second.
Motion from Councilman Kelso, second from Councilman McEntee. Any discussion? Is there anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. That brings us to 8D. An email dated March 8th, 2021 from Susan Marcus concerning the goals and objectives of the town council is received. What would you like to do with that?
So this is Deb Kelso. I'll make a motion that we place item 8D on file, noting that some of the concerns Ms. Marcus had have been addressed by staff.
Jess Rose, I will second.
All right, we have a motion from Councilwoman Kelso, a second from Councilwoman Rose. Any discussion? Is there anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously, and that brings us to 8G. Resolutions adopted March 8th, 2021 by the Portsmouth Town Council in support of the 2021 Act on Climate Bills. This is S78 and H5445, and in support of legislation S115 and H5407 that would amend Rhode Island General Law 44-5 relative to municipal taxation of real estate. Those are received. What would you like to do with those?
Deb Kelso, I'll make a motion that we place item 8G on file.
Jess Rose, I will second.
Right, we have a motion from Councilwoman Kelso, second from Councilwoman Rose. Any discussion? I will just note on the Act on Climate Bills, I believe it's already passed the Senate, and tomorrow in the House they will be voting on that bill, and it's good news from my point of view for the state. It's the first legislation in 7 years since I worked on the Resilient Rhode Island Act that's touched climate, so it's high time that some teeth was put into that old climate legislation. All right, is there anyone opposed? Right, that motion carries unanimously. Item H is an email dated March 10th, 2021 from Vin Murray, advising that he will step down from serving as the alternate subcommittee member representing South Kingstown for disputed Coastal Resources Management Council applications upon completion of the Matunic Oyster Farm application for an aquaculture site in Seeger Cove. That has been received. What do we like to do now?
So this is Deb Kelso. I'll make a motion that we accept item 8H. Direct staff to thank Mr. Murray for his service. But I just have a question. From what pool of applicants would we replace Mr. Murray?
That's a good question. Do we have a second first, just and then we can answer that question?
Second, I'll second. Oh, sorry, Jess.
We have a motion from Councilman Kelso, second from Councilman Bergner. I know Vin was our old planner, a director of planning, and maybe that's how he got into that position. I don't recall ever appointing him to it, so it might have been something that he was sitting on for ever and ever.
Abel, if I may, the Coastal Resources Management Council sends a request to the town for appointment of a resident to that subcommittee if there is not a South Kingstown resident who is a member of their committee. And that is how Vin Murray got appointed several years ago to be on that committee. So they would, once this Matunic Oyster Farm application is done and Vin Murray has resigned from that, they will request that we appoint another member.
Does that answer the question? Any other discussion? All right, is there anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously. That brings us to 8J, resolutions adopted March 10th, 2021 by the Burrillville Town Council in opposition to gun control legislation and tax sale legislation currently pending in the General Assembly. We've received those. Now what would we like to do?
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to reject 8J.
Jess Rose, I will second that.
Right, we have a motion from Councilman McEntee, second from Councilwoman Rose. Discussion on this? Councilwoman Kelso?
I don't understand what reject means. I understand what reject means in life, but I've never voted on something to reject something. I've only ever voted to place it on file. What happened? What does that mean? Do we send them back a notice, the Burrillville Town Council, saying we reject this? Is that what happens if we reject something?
I would have to defer to Mike on that.
No, you actually don't have to send it back to the town of Burrillville. Each town takes whatever action that they may desire to take on all of these resolutions that come through. It just becomes public knowledge through your agenda and through your minutes. So unless you specifically want the town to know, there's no legal obligation to do so.
In effect, Mike, if we pass this motion to reject the communications item, would that strike it from being on file? Would there just be no record of, or what would
Oh, no, it'll always be on record showing that you voted against it. That's all.
Does that answer the questions, Councilman Kelso? So this is sort
I
of
guess it's just a stronger, instead of saying place it on file, we're making a stronger statement.
You absolutely are making a much stronger statement by
That
voting
answers my
against
question.
it.
I just wanted to know if there was any protocol associated with reject as opposed to place it on file. Thanks, Mike.
all right. We do have a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion? Is there anyone opposed to this motion? All right, that motion carries unanimously, and that brings us to 8L, a letter dated March 12th, 2021 from Larry Fish, Chair of the Economic Development Committee, requesting the creation of a subcommittee to study potential park improvements along the Saugatucket River in the vicinity of Saugatucket Park. What would we like to do with that?
Deb Kelso, motion to approve item 8L.
Jess Rose, I will second that, but do we then direct someone to advertise for that committee?
So this is Rob Zarnetsky. No, this is a subcommittee that the Economic Development Committee anticipates filling with its own membership. It's a subcommittee of the EDC. So they've asked the Recreation Commission to identify a member, and they'll have, I think it's 3 members of the EDC. The reason this is sort of unusual, quite often when a committee wants to establish a subcommittee, they just do it. The EDC in this case is asking for the council's blessing because they're dealing with a recommendation about public property. This is a town park, and this subcommittee will be looking into a different plan strategy for the development of that park. So they wanted to make sure the council was aware of what they were doing and sanctioned it.
Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate it.
Any other questions? All right, we did have a motion from Councilwoman Kelso, second from Councilwoman Rose. Councilwoman Bergen.
I just had a question about I understand what the charge of the subcommittee would be, but is there a time frame for sort of moving it along, or are they just going to make some recommendation? I mean, is there a time frame for the charge?
They have not established one for themselves. The council is free to ask for a report by a particular date or ask for status reports, that sort of thing, if the council would like the subcommittee to do that.
I think it would be good to have maybe a status report in maybe 6 months. I know I think I forwarded to you some suggestions from a community member that came to me about clearing that area, planting different vegetation, you know, trying to beautify it. So there is interest even from the community to have that area better. We could just maybe get within 6 months, have some sort of an update and plan. That would might coincide with federal money and how we would want to use that to beautify that area.
So we can either do it formally and try and put in a date for a report, or we can just have a meeting with the EDC to discuss this and other items. I don't know if.
So I will amend the motion to include the direction to staff to bring us an update within 6 months from the EDC.
All right. Did you second that, Jess?
I'll second that, yes.
Motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Councilwoman Bergner?
So it just clicked in my head that there's a veterans organization associated with Saugatucket Park. Are we going to be inviting some members of that group commission to be included so that they have input and guidance, or do we not need to do that?
So the EDC has not contemplated membership from a veterans organization or membership from the school department or the downtown merchants, but they do intend to reach out to all of those groups. Wakefield Elementary is right there. The veterans have the Veterans Memorial. They do intend to involve them. They didn't contemplate membership, but again, the council is free to direct.
Well, I think we probably want to be sensitive to the stakeholders around the park as well. So minimally include, you know, the veterans organization, the school. I mean, we don't, you know, you don't want to go off in one direction and have other constituents and stakeholders not like that.
I would suggest that it's appropriate to, you know, to indicate to the subcommittee that they should engage. It is probably more difficult, more cumbersome to try to find members of these various groups that would want to and have the time to and participate in a subcommittee. It might just be enough to tell the subcommittee, make sure that you engage the stakeholders, and part of your report should be how you engage those stakeholders.
Okay, Councilwoman Kelso, would you want to incorporate that into your motion?
I would incorporate the language that we would urge the EDC to reach out to the stakeholders in the park and bring that back to us as well with their report.
And I will thank Councilwoman Bergner for including that in it, and I will second that as well.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Kelso, second Councilwoman Rose. Any further discussion? Is there anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously, and that brings us quickly to a similar matter. Item M is a letter dated March 12th, 2021 from Larry Fish, Chair of the Economic Development Committee, requesting the creation of a committee to organize the town's 300th anniversary celebration in 2023. And this would be a committee underneath us, an advisory committee, not a subcommittee to the EDC.
So I would make a motion to approve item 8M, but I need a second, and I have a question.
A second.
Would we be appointing the members to this committee? Okay.
So, yeah, I think we should probably develop a resolution that sort of names the sort of stakeholder groups that we would like to see. But we can start by passing this.
Right, so if the council would like to direct staff to produce a resolution, we can do that for a next meeting or a meeting very soon coming up anyway.
Okay, yes, I would like to, I'd like to be able to give this some thought about who should be leading the charge here. And we have a lot of qualified boards in town that should participate, not just the EDC. So I would amend that to approve item 8M with the direction to staff to bring us back a resolution regarding participants or the makeup of the committee.
Rory McEntee, I'll second.
We have a motion from Councilman Kelso, second from Councilman McEntee. Any further discussion? Is there anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously. And that brings us to item O, an email dated March 17th, 2021 from Councilwoman Deborah Bergner, proposing adoption of a resolution concerning the utilization of properties that have been donated to the town. That has been received, and now we'll determine what to do with it. Councilwoman Bergner, please sort of tell the public in general and tell us in particular, I guess, the rationale.
Yeah, so thank you so much. My resolution is fairly simple and straightforward. It's basically reaffirming and honoring the past donations of land and property that we've acquired in our history. I think we all can recognize the places that sort of serve as the foundation for the town's identity, landmarks and parks and things like that. Interestingly enough, our Senator Sue Sosnowski introduced legislation or co-introduced Senate Bill 0172. It's an affirmation of municipal public trust dedication, which is a similar vein. It sort of inspired me for us to reaffirm our commitment to the lands and the property that we've gotten over the years. We have a number of historic buildings. I mean, New England is known for that. South Kingstown is no different, from the Mills to the Guild. So I just wanted to reaffirm that. It also sets the expectations for future donations that people who may be considering gifting things, land, site structures, that we would honor that over time. It's anyone considering it now would have the trust that we would honor and preserve that property. So that kind of goes along with this pending legislation.
Thank you. Discussion, or do I hear a motion on this? Or also, I suppose, in terms of discussion, Mike, so the state law, as I understood it, sort of annulled these covenants that were established, I don't know what year it was. What would passing this resolution do?
So a resolution has no legal standing or power. It is aspirational. It's something that the council desires and wishes and hopes for, but it doesn't have the legal binding impact of, say, an ordinance or statute. So I don't see, and you're right, there is a state law that says that some very old restrictions, some of them that were very negative in the past about property, are no longer effective. And really that goes to the individual deeds. However, deeds that have come through where purchases were made with funds from DEM, funds from the Audubon Society, funds from the land trust, etc., to preserve the property in perpetuity, that would take a superior court action to undo. So this is a long way of saying that if the council desires to adopt the resolution, there's no legal reason why it cannot adopt the resolution.
Councilwoman Rose.
I think at one point, several meetings ago, we had asked for a list of all such properties and their restrictions. I don't remember receiving that. Is that something that we can get together and get to the council?
Yes, that list is still not before you. We've started pulling things together. They're not all together. And the challenge to it is that there's a bunch of them, and it's institutional memory that's part of the challenge. The Matunic Elementary School was a gift. The Hazard School was a gift. The high school at Columbia Street was a gift. Old Mountain Field was a gift. The Guild was a gift. The Peacedale office building was a gift. Those are the ones that jump out. There's also all of the land trust properties have got restrictive covenants. When we put money into those are still restricted. So yes, that is a request that is outstanding, and we are still trying to pull that together for the council.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Berger.
So the resolution really is a first step. So we could have an ordinance, we could have a public hearing and develop an ordinance that would honor and protect those deeds.
I don't think we could go as far as, I was using an ordinance in terms of comparing it to a resolution with legal binding effect. You cannot adopt an ordinance that is going to impact what's in various deeds. And God knows there are a lot of different things in various deeds based upon when property passed to the town. So to develop an ordinance that says from this point forward, the town council or the town can not change anything in any of those deeds, I'm not sure how we could do something like that. I'm more than happy to look into it, but my initial reaction is I don't believe that would be possible, because we'd be trying to institute a law or make binding something which might actually no longer be binding based on state law. It's complicated.
Right.
So I'm more than happy to further look into that issue, aside from your proposed resolution this evening.
If I may, is it okay? Okay. So I just feel like tonight we talked about the comp plan, we talk about the villages, we talk about all of those things. And I feel like this resolution is a natural fit to some of the values that we articulate in the comprehensive community plan. I don't know if you wanted me to read it out loud or if the public wanted to hear it. It's interesting because actually we have many more historic buildings and locations. You know, a number of them, Jess, are at URI. They're technically part of South Kingstown, but you know, there's a number of locations and things like that. So I just didn't know. I feel like it does speak to our values. The locations and landmarks really help anchor our sense of identity. And I think that honoring the legacy and the gifts, and then also future thinking is, why would anyone donate land to South Kingstown knowing that we could then just say, thank you, but we're going to use it for another purpose? So to me, that's where I feel like the values that we talk about all the time, and then to say, thanks for the land, we're moving on and we're going to use it in this way because we deem that possible. And I think that's what's incongruent with what our values are as a council and as a community.
Any further discussion? Your motion?
Can I make my own motion?
Yes.
Okay, So I move that we adopt the resolution item O that I presented tonight.
Do I hear a second? I see no second. So further discussion or another motion? Councilwoman Rose.
Rob, when do you suppose that we might be able to get a comprehensive list of these properties?
I cannot tell you, to be honest. I just don't know, other than the ones I've rattled off, which we have institutional knowledge about. We've got to really sort of look at the map and try to figure it out. You know, we're going to have to look at every piece that the town has received, everything that's in the town inventory of properties, and figure out which of those we bought, which of those were deeded to us, and then, you know, give you guys a list. I don't know. It's a research project. Other than the ones that I've already rattled off, we had a binder with those that had grown up over the years in the clerk's office. But whether there's anything else beyond that, I don't know. We can give you the ones that we know of. I mean, we've got the list that Dale had compiled that consists of the ones that I just rattled off. We can give you copies of those deeds, which we have. That's what can be done quickly and I can be sure had restrictive covenants in them.
Thanks. I guess, well, I truly appreciate Councilwoman Bergner's sentiment with her resolution. I'm not comfortable passing anything without all of the information before me. So that's where I'm going to stand with this one. But I do appreciate the sentiment, Councilwoman Bergner. Thank you for the time that it took you to put that together.
All right, further discussion. We could, you know, have a motion to, you know, continue this until we have more information. That would.
Jess Rose, I will make that motion.
You know, I might suggest that the motion should be to table it, because normally when you continue something, there's a date certain, and here there's not a date certain. So make the motion to table, and then once the manager has provided you with enough information that you're comfortable with, you can pull it off the table and schedule it for a subsequent meeting.
So I will amend my motion and move to table this until we have the information necessary.
Rory McEntee, I'll second that motion.
Motion from Councilwoman Rose, second from Councilman McEntee. Discussion? Councilwoman Bergner.
I appreciate everyone's willingness to continue to have this conversation, obviously. When would we know? When would we get that information? Because I don't really want it to sort of linger out there in nowhere land.
Right.
I'm concerned, I'm truly concerned that any future donations, people won't consider giving to the town of South Kingstown, because we are communicating that we will choose to do whatever we see fit with your donation. So whether it's just, you know, whatever it is, we're just gonna use it for as we see fit. So that, to me, I think that flies in the face of historical donations.
Mike, that if that's the concern, can you shed some light on actually the current state of law? It's old restrictive covenants that are the problem. Can you talk to?
Yes.
Some assurance around it?
Number one, I can assure you that covenants that are in deeds that are provided to the town with a donation, if the town does in fact accept the property, it is accepting what those covenants are. I just recently did some research on old covenants with some dates, and I'm going to find that for you. I'm looking now because I just sent it out. There's actually a state law that would trump anything that you would do, frankly, with regard to old covenants. And I just want to get you that date.
I think it was 72 or something, Mike.
Okay.
But just to clarify, so, you know, people who are donating their land now with restrictive covenants, we would have to abide by those. Although, you know, theoretically, the state could pass some law 50 years down the road saying we don't have to abide by those covenants. Similar
So what it says is that any restrictions created before May 11th, 1953, with regard to a right of entry or condition broken or possibility of reverter created before May 11, 1953, cannot be maintained in any court after December 31, 1987. So I know that you really should let me prepare a memo for you to put this in context. But my point is that what this law was getting at is some nasty restrictions about who could occupy land based on their race, for instance, or based on income, etc. They were kind of nasty restrictions, and any state law, as Abel just mentioned, is going to trump whatever we do locally. But it is not a correct statement to say if someone gives us property that we accept with the understanding that it is going to be used for, say, passive recreation, that condition, the council, without going to Superior Court and filing an action whereby notice has to be given to the heirs of the original donor, for instance, if the donor is no longer alive or available, a town can't simply undo those restrictions. It's not that easy. It just doesn't mean that any town council can simply say, okay, instead of using this for passive recreation, we're going to turn it into, an amusement park, for instance. It doesn't work that way.
One of the things that has given rise to the concern is that Peter in your office drafted a memo about a year ago indicating that the restrictive covenant on the use of the high school as a high school,
yes,
for purposes of only a high school, was voided by the state legislation. So that's one of the things that folks are wrestling with in this discussion.
I understand, and that deed then must have predated 1953.
I think it's a 40 something. Yeah, it did
Okay.
predate the period.
Yes. So I understand. Okay, so now I have a little more context here, and the reality is that life changes over the decades. Although we say things will be forever and ever, they really aren't forever and ever. So
one other sort of thought about all of this: a resolution isn't binding on anyone beyond the council for this term. I mean,
that's correct.
Resolution can come along, and it's not much of a guarantee for anyone contemplating a donation to the town. An ordinance setting up a procedural barrier to future town officials could restrict the thing. So for example, if you had an ordinance that said before seeking to vacate or seeking to not honor any deed restriction, the council shall hold a public hearing, then there's a requirement that you hold a public hearing before doing the thing, before abandoning that otherwise voided state restriction. The state has voided everything before 1953. But an ordinance that says before we just abandon the concept or the sentiment behind that restriction, we're going to have a public hearing. You can do that. You can bind yourselves and you can bind future councils by setting up a procedural impediment to doing that which the state law requires. What Mike read, though, is important because what it says is not that the restriction can be avoided by the town. It says the restriction is void. It's gone because it can't be enforced in a court of law. The restriction is non-existent, is what that act said. The only thing you can do to reinstate it or give it any new life would be to create a local procedure that is binding on the local government. Or ask the state legislature to change the rule.
Councilwoman Berger.
I think my point is, and has been, just because the law has changed at the state, it doesn't mean that we as a community wouldn't want to honor that. It doesn't mean, just because the law says we can void something, it doesn't mean we in South Kingstown should or could or want to. So that's the impetus for the resolution, was to have the council look at that, think about it, and what statement of values are we presenting to our community? Yes, we could vacate those promises that we made when the land and the property was donated, or we could honor it. So that the end of my resolution does say that, to honor the wishes of those who gifted their property for use and enjoyment for present and future generations of South Kingstown residents, to preserve the land donated to our community according to the wishes described at the time of donation or purchase, so that future generations of South Kingstown residents benefit from the generosity of past owners, to respect and preserve the intentions of those prior bequeathals, so that any future donors will know and trust that their gifts will be honored, respected, and upheld, and to utilize the historical context and intentions of such resource donations in making decisions regarding any and all potential changes, revisions, or other determinations concerning the future community utilization of these precious community assets, which help define the town of South Kingstown.
And Councilwoman Kelso.
I'd like to call the question, Mr. President. We have a motion and a second on the item to table it. I'd like to call the question.
All right. That sounds appropriate at this time. Let's take the roll call.
Councilwoman Bergner,
The motion is to table this indefinitely?
Until, I believe, Rob came back with that information on the list of heated property.
I'm voting no without it. I wouldn't vote without it unless it's coming back at the next meeting. So no.
Councilwoman Kelso,
Aye.
Councilman McEntee,
Aye.
Councilwoman Rose,
Aye.
and Council President Collins.
Aye.
The motion to table carries 4-1.
Thank you. That brings us to item 9, comments from interested citizens. And we have a couple hands raised at this point. Again, this is your opportunity to tell us what you're thinking about, items on the agenda, but items in general as well. If you are on your phone, you can hit *9 to raise your hand. I'm going to call on people in the order that they raise their hands. We'll keep people to our 5-minute speaking limit. And our first speaker is Doral Beasley, I believe. Right, there you go.
Okay, are you going to be discussing the FY 21-22 budget tonight?
Well, yes, tonight we have the preliminary budget adoption, and so that will be discussed.
So are you going to have a second comments from interested citizens after that?
No, if you have comment for the budget, definitely feel free to make it now, I would say.
Okay. So last April, I think I called in, Zoomed in one night, and I said that I was disappointed that for the 17th year in a row, the town council had decided to disregard the state law that allows towns with declining school enrollments to hold funding for a subsequent year to the same level as the year before. Now, so this is how it would work. So let's say last year it cost $10,000 a student, and you had 1,000 students. So I think that's like $10 million. That's what your school budget would be. And this year you only have 900 students at 10,000. So that's like 9 million. So $9 million is what you would start this year's budget with. Now, that's gone on for the last 14 years of Steve Alford and Alan Lord's time leading this town in the town hall and with Mr. Ursillo. Now, last year, Mr. Zarnetsky said, oh, that law is just optional. Well, it's not optional because it's cost the taxpayers of this town at the minimum, the absolute minimum, it's cost us $70 million now after you disregarded it again last year, 70 million. It's probably closer to double that. Now, you can just say, oh, well, what the heck? It's only a little bit of increase, 14 cents, blah, blah, blah. But in your budget document, the last month that's listed in there as far as unemployment, I think it was like 3.8%. Well, the next month, I think it was December or January, the unemployment rate in South Kingstown doubled. It's 7.3. People have lost jobs. People are not sure if they're ever going to get their jobs back. This is a year that we should have a negative tax increase, that our taxes should go down this year. Maybe it should be a prerequisite to being on the town council that you actually pay taxes. Now, I know you're going to give me the hook here any second. As far as Ms. Bergner's motion there, I have one other thing they can add to that. Our historic cemeteries in South Kingstown are in awful shape, awful, pathetic. I've visited the historic cemeteries in this town over the last year. I found them on the maps. I've been hiking out to them to see how they are. They're in pathetic shape. Now, if we really care about our past, which we say we do, then we need to up our game as far as fixing our historic cemeteries. To leave it up to maybe the Boy Scouts or a neighborhood group that may clean up one or two a year, maybe 3, but there's hundreds of them in this town. And lastly, for the last 2.5 months, I've been going to rehab over at South County Hospital. Now, the parking sprawl over there is just awful. I know you've did some swap where they got the Little League, that's that old Little League field, and now they're gonna use that for parking or whatever. Every place over there is parking. Maybe it's time to stop this parking sprawl over there and figure out a way, if the town has to help them, to build a multi-level parking garage. There should be no more sprawl of taking more and more land in and around the town, the hospital for parking. Every other major hospital in the state has a parking garage. That hospital needs a parking garage, because I've gone there. I go there when I go there in the morning. Sometimes I feel like I'm parking down by the boat landing across the highway.
Right, Doral.
Thank you.
Thank you. One thing I will note, I think that the historic cemeteries are under the jurisdiction of some state commission. Wrong, maybe somebody can correct me on that, but that does not mean the municipality couldn't take some responsibility in helping maintain them, I guess. All right, next we have Richard Youngkin.
So can you hear me all right? You just got on.
Yep, we got you.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I'm the chair, your chair of the Historic District Commission in town, South Kingstown Historic District Commission. And I was very taken with Deborah's resolution, in that the thought here is that the council take a little bit more active interest in the historic structures and buildings and property in South Kingstown. As you know, the South Kingstown Historic District Commission only has jurisdiction over the Kingston Village area, which is about 40 historic buildings. But actually there are just about 400 historic buildings in South Kingstown listed in the national and state registers of historic places. And we actually have 7 National Register listed historic districts. So we have a wealth of historic properties that are given lip service to in the comprehensive plan and have been over many years, but very little is done to protect them at all. And I think that if you really value the cultural history of this town, you will take a second look at that. I noticed in your goals and objectives, you have actually a goal under the cultural priorities that the current inventory of historic structures will be preserved for future generations, which is a great goal. Thank you very much for that. I think the community appreciates that very much. But point of fact is that you have no objectives to get to that goal at all. You have some objectives in there for education, and that's very good. You must have education. I think there's not that much understanding of what National Register or State Register listing means. I think people don't really understand where all these historic resources are. They don't really know where the historic districts are. And I think, educating people is number one. But I think also what Deb has brought up here is this fear. It's more than a fear. I think it's a real sensitivity to town policy regarding the town-owned historic buildings. And I think you have an incredible opportunity to use the historic buildings that you own as examples of the best way to preserve and protect the town's cultural heritage. I think this town has probably more historic, valuable buildings in public use that you own than many other towns in Rhode Island. And they're fabulous buildings. And what's interesting about the buildings is that the town actually has had sort of an inherent policy of maintaining them well. Just look at the Peacedale Library, how beautifully that's maintained. But if you all said, by God, why don't we just make examples of all of our properties and do the very best we can for them, the historic ones. And sure, they may have to be remade into something else, new uses, rehabs, that generally is acceptable. But they can maintain their character and still provide an adaptive reuse. The Historic District Commission would love to help you with objectives to meet that great goal that you've got. So I just wanted to offer up our help, whatever we can do, whatever information we can give you, however we can help you learn about how to preserve and protect and rehab and seek adaptive use for the town's historic resources that the town owns, and help you protect the other resources that are so valuable in the town. So I'm just offering that up. Please ask us to help you. We really want to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Jocelyn.
Good evening. I have to admit I'm speechless at what I just witnessed. I'm actually speechless. I think that the attorney for the town, and Mike, please correct me if I'm wrong, explained this as aspirational. This is not an ordinance. This is not a law. This is not a rule. This is aspirational. This is a request and a resolution by a fellow town council member who's simply asking you to affirm an aspirational goal to honor the donations of and the history and the sacrifices of generations gone by. Families that have given up land, money, ownership and title to benefit the town with schools, town halls, recreation centers, meeting areas, civil defense shelters. This is a statement of the town council's values. And out here looking in, it looks as though all of you, except for one, don't hold those values at all to be important. And I'm horrified. This goes dovetail with the complete, and I'm so angry right now, failure of the movement of the comprehensive plan and the damage that's going to occur to many residents in the Matunic Village area, because a current plan couldn't hold muster up at SHAB at the state level for an appeal, a denial and an appeal by the developer. Is it because you don't value the comprehensive plan? Is it because you don't value the sense of place? You got a petition, or you didn't, but the planning committee got a petition with 1,000 signatures on it of people where it really matters in Matunic because real harm is going to occur. So I'm a little horrified at what I just observed. I appreciate Rory and Deb's efforts to bring the comprehensive plan forward. I appreciate them very much. And Rory, I want you to know I've watched you several times now over the last few months try to bring this matter forward. And I appreciate it. The people of Matunic appreciate it. And there's been conversation about it. Deb, thank you as a new member of bringing it forward as well. The rest of you have been sitting there watching this. Deb, Abel, you've been sitting there watching this, and people are going to be harmed now. So I'm a little horrified that you have so violated this resolution. I wish I had the eloquence of Mr. Youngkin, but I don't. I'm just horrified at what I just observed. So thank you. I appreciate you listening.
Thank you. Gene has his hand raised.
Yeah, Gene went back and looked at the state statutes.
I just wanted to clarify something, if I'm understanding the question correctly. The statute is specific with a Gold Star parent. It's a person whose son or daughter served in the military, and the veterans is a person who served in the military. So the Gold Star is there's two specific statutes, but if the objective was to bring the veteran or widow of a veteran up to a Gold Star credit level, the bulk of the participation in the program, about 855 people of the 899 are either veterans or widow of veterans. If we brought those, if the exemption level went from $185 to $378, that would be in the neighborhood of about $165,000 increase in that exemption category. Is that, do I understand correctly, or did I address the question?
I would defer to Councilwoman Kelsey who first raised the concern.
So there's a difference between being the spouse of a veteran or being a veteran and
Yeah,
having a spouse who was killed in action. That's the difference. So we don't have that figure, Gene, because we don't categorize it like that right now. We just have that one veteran.
The
right?
veterans are.
So my concern is not the veteran status, it's the someone who was killed in action status. So I appreciate your efforts. Thank you for coming back to try to clarify that, but I think we need further clarification on the state statutes.
And we will get back to you at the next meeting. We'll be able to do that.
I will assist with that endeavor. I'll do some research on the law. No problem.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Gene.
Thanks, Gene.
You're welcome.
Any other comments from the community? People watching? All right, seeing none, are there comments from council members? All right, very good. That brings us to item 10, town manager report.
I'll try and make this quick. I know we've got a lot on the agenda still. I'm going to share my screen and put the flag report up. The big news for us is that our COVID vaccination clinics at South Road have been suspended. Operations at the South Road clinics have been suspended. The state is no longer sending COVID vaccine to the regional clinic at South Road, except for second doses. Those folks who received a first dose of either Moderna or Pfizer at South Road School will receive their second dose at South Road School. The West Kingston startup, the Army National Guard, has been trying to stand up a facility at West Kingston. They are running into challenges with regard to the number of volunteers available to provide vaccinations. If anyone out there is willing to work with the Army National Guard, I know they are actively trying to recruit volunteers who are qualified pharmacists and qualified vaccinators who can actually put shots in people's arms. They are now looking at a start date of the first week of April for that state facility in West Kingston. We have seen a slight rise in cases in Rhode Island and in Washington County. So I just want to urge everybody to remember we're not beyond COVID yet. There is some indication that relaxation around the world, once the vaccine started to flow, has led to increases, spikes in the infection rates. And we're seeing a little bit of that here locally. We need to be vigilant, and we need to keep socially distancing and to keep our masks on. I will note also, folks who've been vaccinated are less likely to become sick. However, they can be transmitters of the COVID-19 vaccine. So even if you've been vaccinated, you do need to stay socially distanced, and you need to keep wearing a mask. I know it's unpleasant. I know this has been a frustrating and difficult set of circumstances that we've all been dealing with for the last year. We're almost through it. We're not through it yet. And even if you've been vaccinated, we need for folks to continue to wear their masks and to continue to be socially distant from other people. I will note on the good news side that the Senior Center will be bringing some classes back to the center on April 12th. Zoom classes, which they've been doing throughout the pandemic, will continue. IT has begun a redesign of the town website, and the review team is being assembled. We will be asking folks on the council if they'd like to participate in that review and redesign. Tentatively speaking, we are going to open up Town Hall probably on May 3rd. And our current schedule is to bring all town employees back into town buildings effective April 26th. I did say this is tentative. We are watching very closely to see what happens with the COVID cases, the rate of infection. If it is high as we get to the beginning of April, we may push this date back. But we recognize that with the vaccines getting out there, with the real effort here to get the economy going again, we need to start thinking about an open date. And opening day at this point looks like May 3rd. We will keep the council informed, and if that date changes, if it has to be pushed back, I'll let you know. The final number of seniors who received their first dose at the South Road School through the senior center was 854. We also successfully ran a vaccination clinic for all South Kingstown teachers and school staff. Over 350 teachers and staff received their vaccination at South Road School. I will note just on the side that some of our technology stuff, aside from the web redesign, is now up and running. And we had a I thought successful meeting the other night to talk about the federal funds that are headed their way. The number is actually not quite 12 million. It's coming in at something like 11.8 million, we think. But we do have a sizable amount of money coming to South Kingstown and the South Kingstown School District. And with that, I'm going to end the flag report. And if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Rob, questions for Rob? Councilwoman Berger.
I didn't notice it on your agenda, but last week I had mentioned the concern I had about the South Kingstown Housing Authority letter, and given that back in my mind because of the fire, but do we have a meeting scheduled with the
We are in the process of scheduling it. I don't know if Susan's had a chance to actually reach out to them. We've talked about it this week. We will get a meeting with them, a work session with them. We've got some tight meetings. This meeting was very tight. We've got a tight meeting coming up on the 12th, and we've got a tight meeting coming up on April 26th. So scheduling is not easy. And the council had asked for that work session to be scheduled prior to a regular council session. So We will get it on the agenda as soon as we can get it on the agenda, but there's an awful lot competing for your time and your attention.
I completely agree, but I'm not going to ignore
Well,
when
we're not ignoring them either.
the laundry, the laundry has been the issue, and I got a text, an email and a text from a former resident who had hoped to attend tonight to speak. So I think we have to use our positions to help make sure that that laundry goes forward. In conversation with her, she did share with me that they make appointments on Thursday with the maintenance person who drives them to the laundry, to which she said, imagine if you have wet sheets on Friday, that's not a solution for you. So when you hear it in very real terms by a mother, you want to do everything you can to advance it. So I'm just hoping that we can get a meeting as soon as possible. To me, that's a population that doesn't ask a lot, but needs a lot. And we should be giving them as much as we can.
We are working to get it scheduled. If the council wants us to schedule something special, not a work session before a regular session, we're happy to do that. If there's a particular meeting that the council would like us to schedule for, we will do that.
I would just suggest that, the progress of that grant-funded project for the laundry facility, hopefully it's not dependent on our meeting with the housing authority. I think when we talked about it before, we were going to reach out with an offer of assistance in helping to expedite that. Has that been done?
I have not spoken to anyone at the housing authority since our last meeting.
Any other questions for Rob? All right, then we'll move on to item 11, appointment.
So I'd like to put forth a resolution appointing William Rosen as a full member of the zoning board.
And can we just clarify what term he would be serving so that Susan has that? Maybe Susan can tell us what term is open.
I can find it.
We actually have 2 full member terms. One expires in March 2022, and one is basically a brand new term rolling over, so it would expire in March 2024.
So I'll add March 2024 term.
Thank you.
Jess Rose, I'll second.
We have a motion from Councilman Kelso, second from Councilman Rose. Any discussion? Or anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously. I think we will wait on any other appointments unless I'm missing something. All right, item 12, new business. 12A is a resolution adopting the FY 2021-2022 Town Council preliminary budget. Have a motion, we can have discussion. I know at our last work session, Rob had a menu of options. The one that's linked in this item is the preliminary budget that was released first. Councilman McAfee.
I'll start off the conversation here with sort of my perspective. So as part of the federal aid that was enacted a few weeks ago, the town is expected to receive approximately $9 million over the next 2 years. The money is expected to be very flexible as to its use. The only known restriction to us is that we can't spend it on retirement or pensions. In addition, the schools is to receive aid of approximately $3.5 million over the next 2 years. There is an expectation that there will be restrictions on that money. However, we're unaware of what those restrictions are at this time. I would implore the school committee to interpret those restrictions broadly, as the intent of the legislature in enacting the bill was for flexible use of the monies. Now, it's always been a priority of mine to ensure the high quality of education in SK. I'm a product of SK schools, having graduated from the high school in 2011, and I speak to its quality. The teachers are the drivers of this. They should be incentivized to continue their great work. But the schools receive $56 million of a property tax transfer, which has unrestricted use. The schools should be wise in using all of the money, all of this unrestricted money, toward areas in which they believe the federal monies won't allow for its use. And with the federal monies, as I already iterated, interpret those restrictions broadly, as the intent of the legislature in enacting the bill was for flexible use of the money. This is not a time where I feel comfortable squeezing the taxpayers or subjecting them to an increase in taxes. We're still in a pandemic, and the local economy is trying to make its way back. The town council should not place any burdens in its way. We certainly have the ability to allow for no tax increase in this budget. Our undesignated fund balance is over our prescribed policy of limiting its balance to 17% of the town's overall budget. In light of the potential for the school facilities bond referendum to pass, the town needs to prepare for having to pay more than $2 million in debt service costs per year over the life of the bonds. I believe it's fiscally wise to wait for the schools to receive their federal aid to determine its use, and if the schools still have a need, they can justify this to the town council through a supplemental request for additional monies. This approach allows for flexibility. The schools will be receiving around $3.5 million over the next 2 years in federal aid. As to the restrictions on its use, we aren't aware of what they are at this time. In light of all this, I do not believe it's an appropriate time to allow for any increase in property taxes to the residents. Thank you.
Great. Other comments? For the sake of discussion, I would offer that I see things somewhat differently than Rory. I think that having a 0% tax increase actually puts us in a very difficult position in trying to pay off the bonds when they come due. The problem with using the one-time funds to deficit spend is what sort of will put us behind the 8 ball in our ability to meet those demands in a couple of years. So I think that's my big concern with the idea that we can sort of use federal funds as a stopgap. I realized that last year we were really facing the teeth of the pandemic, and we did use deficit spending, and we've seen a minor impact because of that. I would hate to see that grow in future years. I mean, if we knew that the state was gonna be lenient with how they viewed expenditures and sort of allowed us the ability to deficit spend without penalty down the road, that would be something. But I haven't heard any type of assurance in that regard. And I would say that we are no longer looking into the teeth of a pandemic. We've sort of caught up with the bulk of it. The federal government has made available considerable money so that even those who have lost their jobs through this crisis have oftentimes ended up making more money through unemployment checks with $500, $600, $300 bonuses at this point. And then there's the stimulus on top of that and the money that's coming to states and municipalities. So really, I think the economic projections at this point have us surpassing the projected GDP before the pandemic in the third quarter of this year, if I'm not mistaken, which is a testament to the amount of fiscal stimulus that has been made. So I think we need to be forward-looking with this budget. I would say that the school's proposal of a 1.89% increase in the property tax transfer is justified by the budgeting process that they went through, their subcommittee. I think it's a responsible budget, and I think it's a responsible way to approach budgeting in future years. Councilwoman Rose.
So I just want to echo everything that you just said, President Collins, and also to caution people that the money that the schools are receiving from the feds is going to be very restrictive. That's been made clear. It's going to have to be, it's money that's going to have to be applied for. And it's for very specific things such as PPE. We already purchased our PPE, so we're not going to be able to ask for reimbursement for that. So it's things like that that concern me when we start thinking that we're going to get all of this reimbursed money. That's not necessarily the case. And I support the 1.89%. That's it for me. Thank you for making those points, Abel. You said exactly what I would have liked to say.
Councilwoman Kelson.
So I would agree with Councilman McEntee. I believe we need to hold the line. I believe we need to offer the school committee the opportunity to come before us and prove that they have a need with a supplemental increase. And I would like that included in the language of the property tax transfer. And I would vote, if you're looking at options, for option 4, which includes that language, holds the school at 55.9 and has a 0% property tax increase for the residents.
Rob, can you tell us what that language is? You're on mute.
So language would essentially say, provided further that the school district shall have the opportunity to come before the town council and seek a supplemental appropriation in such amounts as the school district deems to be necessary once each quarter. And you could name a specific date in each quarter, once each quarter for the remainder of the year, for the last 3 quarters of the year. So it's provided further that the school district may request once per quarter supplemental appropriations from the school committee to be added to the property tax transfer as necessary, as deemed necessary by the town council upon request by the school committee.
And I just want to add to my comments that the reasoning for my position is there's money in the school budget addressing COVID-related items, right? Some positions, namely 10 COVID-related positions. We do not know that those are going to continue through the school year. They were added after the budget was approved last year. Actually, 14 positions were added, 4 of which are special ed. We know those are needed and are going to stay regardless of COVID. 10 positions were added because of COVID. And we do not know the status of those. We won't know the status of those. They may very well be needed into 2022, but we don't know that now. So that is the basis for my reasoning, is there's so many unknowns. I don't want to rely on the Recovery Act money for the school department. We don't know the restrictions around that. I'm relying on the budget that the school committee passed that shows me that there are 10 positions, COVID-related positions, that I think may or may not be needed. So that's the basis for my position.
Thank you. Councilwoman Berger.
I have to agree with what Rory said. He doesn't often cite that he's a CPA, but I do trust his financial acumen. And I appreciate what he said about small businesses really being impacted. I think a lot of our residents are impacted. Being a small business owner myself, I know the many changes and flips and things people needed to do to survive. We need to be really sensitive to that. I'm also very sensitive to our senior population. A couple meetings ago, somebody said the average Social Security increase is only $20 a month. That's what the average person gets. They didn't get the unemployment checks that other people got. I mean, I I appreciate and want to be sensitive to all. I also think that the grant provides some opportunities that we don't know about yet. We also have a safety net if the schools wanted to come back for a supplemental appropriation. I think we've kind of covered our bases. So I think we're doing good in the immediate. And we also have an opportunity if the schools can't spend the $3.5 million that they're getting over the next 2 years and they need to do something different, they can come back to us, like someone is saying, once a quarter. So I'm going to think that this time, I think level funding for the community and for the schools makes sense because there is a way to address any supplemental needs. Thanks.
Thank you. These are all important points. I think what I would say in response is that, as I mentioned, sort of at the beginning of this budget process, property taxes are a very blunt instrument, and it's really the basis for, of course, how we develop our whole budget. If we tailor the property tax just thinking about, the people who, qualify for the elderly tax credit, for instance, we're being irresponsible for the whole rest of the town. If our budget was dependent on those folks, we would not be able to provide hardly any services. So what we can do to alleviate tax burdens on them is to increase that elderly tax credit. And that's much more of a targeted approach to addressing those concerns. So for instance, we could use probably some of those, and we talked about this, federal grant funds to increase the generosity of the elderly tax credit, but then still be responsible with the rest of the budget, looking forward, to the need to pay, theoretically, serious amounts of bonding. We also have to look at the fact that there might be a substantial increase in the rate of inflation. That is something that is being projected by economists. So there are downside risks that we're not talking about by thinking the 0% can be done without any impact to future budgets. I think it's irresponsible unless we get some type of assurance from the state that they're going to be more lenient with municipal budgeting going forward. I mean, we could very easily be looking at a circumstance we're running at like 4% inflation a couple years down the road, where that 4% inflation plus the bond spending eats up 4%, and we have no room for anything else. So I don't know. Those are things that occur to me. We also need to discuss tonight the human service agencies, the outside agencies, what we want to put in the budget for those. And we also need to talk about the municipal side. I know Rob put forward a couple different options, some that would, use more of our undesignated fund balance in order to get to that point where we really have 0% property tax increase. And it might be helpful, Rob, if you just sort of talked about those different little.
Sure. So the things that we would have to do, well, let me back up and say things that we already would recommend adjustments to because of changes in the needs of the program. We are no longer requesting, under any scenario, under any situation, funding for an animal shelter supervisor this year. We are going to pursue a consultancy and training regiment that we have the resources to pay for off budget. We have some funding that has been donated funds to provide a consultancy and training regiment. And that looks like a good approach for animal shelter management treatment for the next year. We would take $50,000 out of our other post-employment benefits contribution The idea there is that we're already fully funded and we do not need to make the original contribution amount that that had come in. We would reduce our anticipated costs around health insurance from 6% to 4% based on more recent proposal from or information from the interlocal trust. We have the potential for reducing the half-time HR person that is included in the budget. So that can come out of there. If I had my druthers, I would recommend that we keep it in there because I think we're going to have the work for that half-time HR person. But we can also rearrange the program if necessary. So that is another sort of moving piece that we could adjust. Other than that, that's the municipal side. That's what we've got.
Further, Councilman McAtee.
Could I make a motion at this time, Abel?
Yes.
I'll make a motion to adopt option 4 as presented to the town council from the town manager.
Yeah, so for the record, let me pull up those options so the town council and the public knows what they are. I'm gonna have to find it on my screen.
All right, we do have a motion and a second to approve option 4. I will ask for an amendment so that we know about the human service agencies.
I'll amend my original motion to add to fully fund all human agency requests and additionally fund the extra 2,000 to the agency as presented to us by Deb Bergner at the last meeting.
Seniors helping seniors with the caveat, no, neighbors helping neighbors.
That's
Sorry.
neighbors helping neighbors.
Neighbors helping neighbors with the caveat that the additional money be earmarked for South Kingstown residents, especially women with leaky roofs, but not that part.
You second that, Deb, or Councilwoman Kelso?
Yes.
All right. The screen is going to give me some difficulty, but that should be legible for everyone, is it?
Yeah, I mean, I can read it. I don't know how other people feel.
Rory, may I ask, did you make a motion to increase that senior funding up to $2,000 or an increase of $2,000 in addition to what they requested?
Susan, my amended motion included to fully fund all human agency requests. In addition to that, fund an additional 2,000 to the agency in question that we're discussing.
Thank you.
And Susan, when you get the chance, if you can bring Zach in, I'd appreciate it.
Councilman Berger, you have a question?
Can I say something? Is it okay? Oh, I also had asked about the monetary money that we give the boards. We were going to talk about that. Not the overall, but just do they get $20 or $25 a meeting? And I had wanted to maybe propose that we increase it just because the planning board has been straight out doing a lot and there's a lot on their plate. I know other boards are also compensated, but I've been following the planning board, so I had a little bit more knowledge.
All right, so that would be a motion to amend, but let's hold off until we get an answer from. Zach.
I lost connection as I was being brought in was the question to address Councilman Bergner's on the stipends paid. So the planning board, zoning board, and the assessors board of review earn $20 per meeting. And boards like the council canvassing authority earn their stipends set by, I forget what the canvassing board is. Susan, you can probably remind me, but it's a stipend paid for the year.
Yes, it's an annual stipend paid to each of them.
I believe it's 700, in that range.
About that.
May I ask a question? Is a work session, so the planning board has work sessions and they have special meetings, so it's anytime they get together or just for their regular session?
It's every meeting.
I still think we should talk about compensating differently.
So, Zach, I don't know if you know offhand what the line item might be for those board and commission. Like, is there like a 5,000?
It would be in the salaries, it would be in the stipend line item for example, the planning department, the zoning department, be individually in those line items where they would budget for those. And I can, if you give me a moment, I can pull those up.
I suppose the motion can be made in sort of a general sense to, like, double that stipend amount, and then you can sort of figure out, backwards what the dollar amount will be, and we can just have that in the adopted budget.
We can make that work if you want to. If you don't want any increases, I can make a recommendation as potentially you could lower the council contingency fund to offset, take going from $20 to $40 for a meeting for those boards and commissions. And I can, through the manager, I can give you, what an estimate, what that would be.
Okay. I mean, so that's another option. We don't necessarily need to amend this budget proposal. We can just sort of ad hoc increase those stipends out of our contingency fund. How much money do we have in our contingency fund at this point, Zach?
The budget was raised up to back to 65,000. Last year, if you remember correctly, you lowered it to provide to outside agencies.
Right. Yeah. How much is there any remaining from current year's budget that we're gonna? I guess that's all just going to be eaten up into the unassigned fund balance if we don't.
Well, it's part of the general fund, so it would all roll together it would all be part of the total general fund. When we come to the end of the year. If you want, if you wanted to raise them now, we could certainly charge it to those accounts. If you wanted to do that in the current fiscal year, we could make that change and do the offset from the budget offset from there. And other potential savings as we get closer to the fiscal year. I don't think it would be it definitely would not be a huge monetary impact to double the fee.
All right, Councilman Bergner.
Yep, just for anyone who's listening, how long has it been since we've given a raise in the stipends to the boards and commissions? 10 years?
I don't have the exact number of years, but it's been a while.
Yeah, so
I can get the exact year, but it's been
more than 5 years, is it fair to say?
I believe so, and I'm sure if you break down the hourly rate of stipend versus the hours they spend.
They also do a lot of pre-work, so a lot of things go into the work, and I just recognize, having just sat in a meeting, just recognize the work. 40 is more than I thought we'd get to, so I'm very grateful if that's where we go.
Great. So it's sort of a question about how we want to approach that, if we want to approach it. I have not heard much discussion on it from other folks. And, suggesting what we would want to raise it to. Further discussion on that? Councilwoman McEntee, Councilman McEntee, sorry.
I feel okay with doubling the amount of the stipends from $20 to $40 per meeting, and the amounts being funded through the town council's contingency fund, reducing that fund to fund this. I'm okay with that. Do you know how much the increase would be in total dollars, Zach Saul?
I don't off the top of my head, but I can put that calculation together, but it's not going to be probably thousands, not like tens of thousands. You know, it's not going to be, I don't think it'll be material.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Kelso.
So I just want to preface this by saying I'm certain no one is joining these boards for the stipend. We appreciate their expertise, right? They have a lot of knowledge, and that's how we can function as a board. I'm more than happy to go along with the $40 per meeting. I just want to say that there are other boards in town that do an equal amount of work and are not recognized with any kind of a token stipend. So at a future date, I'd like to look at those. We have a lot of people doing a lot of hard work, and I don't know. I think perhaps we need to look at every board and you know, see how we're treating them equally or with equity. That's all. I'm in favor of it.
Thank you. Other comments? So I did hear Rory say funding it out of our contingency. I think that would be for the next year, you know, so that would start in July. Theoretically, we'd start increasing that stipend, at least for those 3 boards that we're talking about that get compensation right now. And that would be in this current budget. So we would have an amendment now to do that. Or we could pass this budget with the motion that's been made, and then at a subsequent meeting, take up the issue, fund it out of our current contingency fund that we have, and start that process immediately of increasing the stipend. So it's a question of, and we can do both, you know, we can pass an amendment, change the stipend for the coming fiscal year, and then also in a future meeting, increase it to 40, so it happens immediately. And so another thing, I think it is worth a broader discussion, you know, people serving on Affordable Housing Collaborative or Sustainability Committee are, you know, spending hours of their time, you know, when they might need to pay for a babysitter or whatever, in order to be able to attend those meetings. So do we also value their service enough to give them a stipend? I think it's a worthy discussion, perhaps not something right now that we need to tackle in our preliminary budget adoption, but Zach, did you want to speak? Your hand is still up.
Yeah, yes. So for example, the planning board, it's 40,280 is budgeted in the fiscal 22 budget. That's, you back into that number, that's about, for the 7-member panel, that'd be about 30 meetings at $20. So if you doubled it, we could budget roughly 8,600.
Another 4,000 for that board, probably fewer meetings in the assessment board, and then
I believe the assessment board meets once a year. They might have 2, and it's 2 meetings in one day, I believe. And Gene, I'll double check with Gene, but I believe what he told me is if they go past the morning session into the afternoon, it counts as 2 meetings, so they get $20 for the day. I think there's more meetings when there's appeals during statistical revals, but again, it's not going to be material for you.
probably on the order of a few $100. maybe, for that board. And then zoning, of course, will be closer up to the planning board, but probably still less. And then I guess what we would need is like an estimate if we wanted to give a stipend to other commission members. I know we have quite a few boards and commissions out there. Councilwoman Kelso.
So just an aside, I think we should put aside some money to upgrade the town issued laptop microphones because we seem to have, so for short money, we can probably have better Zoom meetings. But we can put that aside for now. I'm looking for the cleanest motion here to get what we want to accomplish done. So I guess, Zach, what is the best path forward as far as amending this budget right now to get our stipend up to $40?
I believe the easiest thing for you to do is to increase the stipend to $40. We'll adjust the line items and reduce it from your council contingency so that it is basically level funded. You know, let me rephrase that, budget neutral. And then if you want to do anything for fiscal 21, we could do something similar and increase the stipends at a date you determine effective. If you want to do that, I do that in a separate motion. And then again, we could reduce your council contingency, which is, I believe to date, you've only spent about $8,000 out of that contingency is set up for multiple things, but there's out of a $54,000, budgeted amount. So again, you could increase that for the remainder of the fiscal year.
So, Mr. President, we're looking to amend the motion that's on the table. I would be looking to offer that amendment, but I'll ask Councilman McEntee to put it forth.
Well,
sorry, Abel.
Yeah, okay, we can do it that way. You can amend the original motion, or, make a new motion. Withdraw the first motion, make a new motion if you want.
Okay, I'll withdraw all motions and I'll make the following motion. I make a motion that we adopt option 4 as presented to the town council from the town manager. And in addition to that, fully fund all human service agencies requests with an additional 2,000 going to the human service agency in question earlier that Deb Bergner had brought up. And also to increase the stipends to those board members and committee members who are getting paid $20 per meeting, increase that to $40 per meeting with the amounts coming out of the town council contingency fund to fund that.
Okay, I'm seconding that.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Further discussion on this budget, if any? Councilwoman Berg?
Yeah, we're typing on option 2. So is Rory had mentioned option 4. So this is,
Yes.
Are they the same?
No, option 2 is incorporated into option 4. You'll note, includes the changes in option 2.
Okay.
The difference is that 4 is 2 with the supplemental appropriation every quarter.
Supplemental request, correct?
That's correct. That's
Oh.
correct.
Okay. Okay, can you just go back to option 2 slide, just so I'm seeing what you're typing? So you're eliminating that full position. Okay, okay.
Zach?
On the addition to the outside agencies, do you want me to offset that from the council contingency also, similar to what you did prior year?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, any further comments? Seeing none, Councilwoman Bergner, your hand is raised, but at that, we will take the vote then. I think we should take the roll.
Councilwoman Bergner,
Aye.
Councilwoman Kelso,
Aye.
Councilman McEntee,
Aye.
Councilwoman Rose,
Before I cast my vote, I want to say that I do support much of this budget. I cannot get behind telling kids and teachers, after everything that they've gone through with this pandemic, that they have got to basically come back and beg for funding should they need it. I think that that's putting us in a position where we are being reactive and not proactive. So that is a nay for me. I'm not in support of this budget.
Council President Collins,
Nay.
the motion carries 3-2.
All right, thank you very much. Sorry, my screen with my agenda just went to sleep, so I need to. All right, that brings us to item 12B, resolution adopting the town council's goals and objectives for the 2020s to 2022 term. Maybe, Rob, I know it looks like you're busy there with your screen.
Yeah, sorry.
Did you want to do a recap of the goals and objectives process, put something up on the screen, or do you?
So let me just save the last file so we don't lose it with all of those changes. And I can pull up the goals and objectives. Technology is failing us tonight.
Well, Councilwoman Bergner, I see your hand is raised, perhaps. Comment.
Yeah, I had some feedback. I wasn't able to turn it into town hall. I don't know how if we're gonna still accept any changes or additions or revisions, mostly in the land use section.
We can, we can make an emotion to pass this with amendments, or as is. So it's up to us.
Sorry, folks. To make sure that we're working from the right file here, that's all. I'm sorry.
Well,
Rob, do you have it up? I could screen share it if you wanted.
Yes, no, I don't. I've got to find the file first. I'm sorry. We're having some difficulty here. The file that should be where it isn't the right file.
Would you like me to pull it up?
Can you get to the P drive or to the S drive?
I have it up.
Oh, good, please.
1 second. Let me share my screen. Okay,
That's good.
just let me know where you want me to go with this. Can everyone see it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So maybe a good way to approach that, Councilman Berner, you have some suggested edits. If you want to just sort of go down a list and we can go to those parts of the document.
Yeah, so in section, sorry, flip the page, it's not the heading. Land use. Couple like additional things. The third objective, the planning board will make recommendations to the town council relative to reevaluating zoning in the Route 108 Special Management District and along Old Tower Hill Road, include a mixed use model, have that be at village scale, and supported by green infrastructure. And then additional objective to revise the subdivision and land regulations concerning landscaping requirements. I'm hoping that we can utilize native plants and species so that we have appropriate shade and tree canopy and attract appropriate wildlife. That's kind of missing. The next one under housing.
So if I might suggest, if the council wants to go through and deal with amendments, in each section, that might be an easy way to do this, just to say, okay, is there any objection to these things that have just been suggested?
Sure. Anybody have any objections to those suggested additions? Councilwoman Kelso?
Councilwoman Bergner, can you read that again, please? The two under land use slowly so I can take it all in.
Sure.
Thank you.
It's a lot of words too. Sorry. The planning board will make recommendations to the town council relative to reevaluating the zoning in the Route 108 Special Management District and along Tower Hill Road to include a mixed use model at village scale supported by green infrastructure.
Can you repeat that last section again?
Sure. Include a mixed use model at village scale supported by green infrastructure. Just a little bit more specific. I think that's what we have talked about as well. And another objective, revise the subdivision and land regulations concerning landscaping requirements to utilize native plants and species to help provide shade, tree, canopy, and support birds and wildlife, kind of environmental protections and enhancements.
I want to mention pollinators.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Can we go through that one more time?
Revise the subdivision and land regulations concerning landscaping requirements to utilize native plants and species and provide shade tree canopy, avian habitat, and pollinator. What's the next word, Abel? Pollinator?
You could say pollinator.
Pollinators.
Habitat. Habitat works.
There you go. Pollinator habitats, aviator habitats. Those are two there.
Mr. President, are we taking these section by section?
Yeah, let's do that. Was that the first section? Is everybody okay with those suggested changes before we move on?
Yeah, and I don't think I quite caught the entire language of that. Landscaping requirements to utilize native plants
and species.
And species. Thank you.
Species, yeah.
To provide pollinator habitats.
Shade and tree canopy. Avian and pollinator habitats.
Okay. All right.
All right, everybody okay with those suggested things? All right, I don't see any opposition to that. What's next?
So then under housing, an additional goal or attachment to the second goal would be, I'll start from the beginning. The town will meet the state statutory requirement for year-round housing stock that will be deed restricted as low or moderate income housing. This new sentence, this effort will be made in the context of appropriately scaled density that is properly supported by infrastructure and environmental standards.
Is that the only change in that section?
No, then I had a question about the objectives for this section. It says on or before February 1, 2022, the finance director. Should it be planning? Should the planning director publish a request for RFQ, or should that be the finance director? Did you see that last objective?
Yeah. Our chief procurement officer under our town structure is the finance director. All procurements go through the finance office.
Okay. And then the bullet above that, it says a comprehensive draft proposal, ... long thing. The development of affordable and mixed use housing types at appropriate scale. I think scale has been a concern, so I want to make sure that it says at appropriate scale will be presented to the town on or about August 23rd. I'm praying that I'm not making so much more work for Jamie Rabbit.
Anybody have any objections to those changes? Councilwoman Kelsey.
I don't have any objection. I just think appropriate scale is subjective, right? So with, and I agree with the sentiment. We want the housing to fit, right? That's the objective, but appropriate scale is a very subjective term. Just a point of observation.
Okay. It can be tough to find really descriptive language in these things. But if there are no suggestions to changing it, then is there anyone opposed to that? Okay, what's the next section?
Okay, so then the next section is cultural priorities. So I guess personally, the bullet point, South Kingstown will embrace its whole history, that whole bullet point, I don't think that's our voice as the council. So I don't know if we need to have that. I would suggest that perhaps the second bullet point, South Kingstown will embrace and celebrate its Indigenous people and Native American history and traditions. That covers it in a way that is preferable to me than, I don't think we ever said carefully assessing the flaws of those. This is kind of, I don't know. I don't think that's the sentiment of the conversation. So I would recommend deleting that. And I would also recommend deleting the next sentence, because this I don't think is our value. And I think it's counter to our comprehensive plan. It's actually in conflict with other objectives. And I personally don't agree with Thomas Jefferson's point of view here. And I don't know if the council prefers to quote one of the largest slave owner presidents we've had, who had 600 slaves, freed only 5 or 6, 4 of which were his have his children. So I'm not really a fan of quoting Thomas Jefferson for much things. And I don't necessarily think that Thomas Jefferson's quote is actually a law. It's actually something he said in his writings to Hamilton. So that kind of I feel should be deleted. While honoring the town's history, the municipal government will be guided by the principle that the world belongs to in trust to the living. Is that how we feel? So I would recommend deleting those last two.
Councilwoman Kelso, you wanna?
So I think the whole history is more than indigenous people. I think it's our history that we did have a slave trade here. So I would not delete that sentence. And I also believe that we should be guided by the principle that the world belongs to the living. Honor the past, but it belongs to the living and the future generations. So I would not be in favor of striking that sentence, that bullet point.
All right, so maybe there's a wordsmithing of the language here that can satisfy everybody. I don't know. Any other thoughts?
I just feel really strongly about praising Thomas Jefferson. If you really look at his history, he did contribute a lot, but he fathered children with his slave, Sally Hemings. She was 15 years old. It just, to me, to espouse that person and attribute values that we have, I can't. So it's, for me, I can't quote Jefferson in that way.
So which part is the quote of Jefferson here?
It comes from his writings. He actually felt like the Constitution should expire in about 10 years. If you look up the quote and see the context, it's very interesting. He believed that the Constitution should expire in 10 years. The government should end and restart and reform. So it's worth a second look to embrace that comment, because it's not in the Constitution. It's part of his writings later in life, or later in the 1800s.
I think it's certainly part of the Constitution to allow for amending it and changing it as much as, the democratically elected people choose to do, which is, I think the theory is to govern on behalf of those who are living. I think that principle is definitely institutionalized in democratic government. So I don't have a problem with that idea. If it's the language itself that's problematic, we can just change the language so it doesn't match Jefferson's, but still means the same thing. I do think that we are here to govern on behalf of, the people who are here, who appoint us as leaders. Councilwoman Rose?
So yeah, I just want to say that quote, it doesn't sit right with me. I think we need to dig into that a little bit more.
So again, I just wonder which particular part of the sentence is the problematic one, because I think we can probably rephrase it.
So I might, Mr. President, if you wanted to sort of get rid of the arcane reference, you might say something like, the town will honor the town's past while honoring the people who live here today, and leave it fairly broad.
Okay. I don't. What do other people think?
Would you be able to type the alternatives, just ALT, and type it so that people could see it?
I can.
Sorry, Susan.
That's okay. Rob, what was that alternative
The town will
language?
the town will honor its past while also honoring the people who live here today. Not great, but a little more modern.
Councilwoman Kelson.
So I'll just offer the sentence that the town will be guided by the principle that we should always honor our past, but govern for the living.
Oh my God.
I think the sentiment is the same as what we're reading, but it will remove any Jeffersonian reference.
Did I get that right, Deb? I'm trying to type up here on a raised keyboard, so it's a little messy. The town will be guided by the principle that we will always honor our past, but govern our living. What did I miss?
Govern for the living.
For the living. Thank you.
Everybody agree that that's an improvement over what was there? Councilwoman Bergner, your hand is up. I don't know.
Is my hand up?
It is.
Well, it's certainly better than quoting Jefferson. I was just looking it up. He does say that the Constitution should expire in 19 years, naturally. So it's very strange. So he was an academic, among other things.
So
I'm fine with the alternative. I know it's my suggestion to change it. So
yeah. So let's delete that other bullet point above it. And then does anybody want any changes to this new text?
my only thing is that whole history quote. It goes on. That's not our voice. I don't know how it got to this. Espousing the merits of those to be emulated and carefully assessing the flaws of those who should not. I think it a little bit too philosophical. I think we can cut it. We can either edit it or delete some of that or reword it. It's fine to say the whole history, recognizing all who have lived here. It could just end there. That's where I sort of thought it might end.
Anybody have an issue with that edit? Councilwoman Kelson.
So I do think the clause that says acknowledging the errors of the past, I think that's kind of important. I'm okay with getting rid of the rest of it, the espousing the merits of those to be emulated. I mean, I understand the sentiment, we want to model ourselves after those we respect. And carefully assessing the flaws of those who should not. That's an incomplete thought to me. So I'm okay with losing that, but I do think we need to acknowledge the errors of the past. I think that's an important caveat.
So yeah, maybe instead of a comma there, just and,
Yeah.
so recognizing all who lived here and acknowledging. Councilwoman Rose?
Yeah, I just wanted to agree with Councilwoman Kelso that leaving that part in there about acknowledging the errors of the past is certainly important to me. And I think that it's important to the rest of the council as well. So I'd like to keep that in there, but I am fine doing away with the rest of it.
And Councilwoman Bergner? That look good.
I think those are good changes. I appreciate it. Thank you.
May I ask, this alternative paragraph, the two sentences are very similar. Do you want to keep both or just keep one of the two?
Yeah, you could just have the town will be guided by the principle that we will always honor our past and govern for the living. I guess that would take away a little redundancy.
Okay.
Right, but it leaves out acknowledging the errors, Abel. If we,
We still have the acknowledging the
No,
error.
no, that's
Okay.
different paragraph, Deb.
all right, it's really small on this screen, I gotta tell.
I'm sorry.
You can adjust you can slide that.
I've got it as far over as I can, Deb, and I'm old, right? I wear glasses, it's
And
really small.
And Susan, over here in
Yes,
the
I'm old.
on the bottom right where it says something to 100%, there's a slide bar. You could slide there too. There you go.
That better, Deb?
All right, other changes to this section or, okay.
That's it for that one. And you'll be so happy. It's just 3 words in one more section.
All right, let's go to it.
Okay, economic structure in the objectives. Right there, a comprehensive draft proposal for amendments and changes to the zoning ordinance to support the development of a mixed use housing and retail at village scale will be presented to the town. Just adding in at village scale. I know subject to interpretation, but at least it's there.
Any objections to that? All right. Anybody else have any edits they'd like to make? Or additions?
No.
All right, very good. Do I hear a motion on 12B?
Motion to approve item 12B.
Rory McEntee, second.
We have a motion from Councilman Kelso, second from Councilman McEntee. Is there any further discussion? I will just say that this has been the most extensive goals and objective process that I've undertaken here with the council. So I want to commend everybody for putting a lot of thought and effort into it. Councilwoman Bergden, did you have a comment?
I do. Did we incorporate the changes from Susan Marcus beyond the typos? I know she had some suggestions. I can't pull them up really quickly, but did we incorporate any of her feedback into what?
No, hers were substantive changes beyond the sort of clerical stuff, and those were not incorporated because that really is the council's purview.
So any of Susan Marcus, no one's interested in including Susan Marcus's? I thought we'd come back to that. Okay.
I don't know. I had not heard that from council members, so it's, if we want to, at this point, we have a motion and a second for, as we've amended it tonight. If we want to amend it further, we could amend this motion, or we could withdraw the motion and go back to the previous discussion. What does everybody else feel about Susan Marcus's comments? I guess that's good. Councilwoman Kelso.
We can always amend this document at a later date, right? So if we want to go back and revisit Susan Marcus's comments and bring that up at another meeting, we can do that. I'm going to ask that we vote on this goals and objectives as we have just amended them.
All right. Councilwoman Rose.
I would like to suggest that we go ahead and vote on this now with the intention of perhaps going back and revising later, just in the interest of time. I know we still have a pretty full agenda for tonight.
Point well taken. I hear that as calling the question. I think everybody is right. We can always amend these. I think these objectives are pretty well articulated despite Susan Marcus's comments. And I think that they will suffice to keep the people at the bond rating agencies satisfied. So we probably don't have to worry about that too much. So let's take the vote. We can do it by roll. Take the roll, please.
Okay, Councilwoman Bergner,
Aye.
Councilwoman Kelso,
Aye.
Councilman McEntee,
Aye.
Councilwoman Rose,
Aye.
Councilman Collins. Vote is unanimous.
Thank you very much. That brings us to 12F, a resolution authorizing the town clerk to advertise for order of notice a public hearing relative to adoption of the Town of South Kingstown 2021 Comprehensive Community Plan.
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve 12F.
Deb Kelso, I'll second.
Motion from Councilman McEntee, second from Councilwoman Kelso. Any discussion? Rob, I see your hand raised there.
Just one question. Do you want to specify a particular date? You've got either the 12th or the 26th of April available to you.
So is it, Mike, maybe this is a question for you. Is this one of those ones where you actually have to have two hearings? You have the initial hearing and then the subsequent hearing where you adopt it, or is this just a single?
Single hearing.
I don't know. I would say the way it usually goes, if we're putting an order of notice in this one, we usually just have it at the next meeting. I'm okay with that, but anybody have an objection to April 12th?
Just a question. Do we have other public hearings scheduled for that evening?
We will have the 2 liquor license transfers that you are also ordering advertised this evening. Those are on consent agenda. Those will be heard on April 12th as well.
Is that it?
Rob, is there anything else? Am I missing anything?
No, I don't know of any other public hearings that will be, there are no other public hearings that will show up on the 12th. This will be the only substantive, other than the liquor licenses, the only sort of big item.
Then I'm fine with the 12th.
Councilwoman Bergner?
Do we invite the planning board to attend just to answer any questions? Should the public have any questions? I don't know how that works. Are they invited or do they normally not attend?
It would be the planning director who's there to answer those questions. I mean, I presume that we will see probably a couple members of the planning board, but it'll be similar tonight. You know, I think it's like the leadership of the board might show up to offer comments and potentially answer questions if somebody had them, but I wouldn't expect all of them to come.
That's fine, but we do invite them, right? We send an invitation to them.
I
haven't been here since
I know.
the thing
Was
was
here in
adopted the last time.
2014.
That having been said, it would be an unusual procedure to invite anybody to a public hearing. We don't typically invite people to public hearings, but it can be done.
I mean, I think
I mean, it's,
So I'm not gonna get too crazy about this, but I will point out, we're changing a lot of procedures in the last couple of months, and you're seeing me trying to catch up as we change procedures a lot during the course of this meeting. I'm happy to do it, happy to try, but we're reaching out to the Public Housing Authority in ways that we don't have any legal jurisdiction over. That means we have to change things up. We're reaching out to the planning board in ways that we don't typically do. That means we have to change things up. All of these changes do require us to change the way we operate. And, you know, I'm happy to do it, but you have to recognize that it's not necessarily going to be a perfectly seamless effort. We can send a letter to the planning board chairman. He can invite his members and they can show up at the public hearing. They can also show up at the public hearing just because it's a public hearing. So I don't know.
I'm okay with, you know, the planning board members having the same, you know, basic notice that everybody else in town has and attending. You know, we're not requiring their attendance. Then I would think we definitely need to send them some letters. I don't know. I think I'm okay with the motion as is. Councilwoman Rose?
So I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Councilwoman Bergner, that you're trying to make this more inclusive for folks and to make them feel like as though their input is as appreciated as it is. Am I right in assuming that that's your point with this? And if it is, I think that it's a great point.
I just want to, it's a lot of hard work. We want to recognize that. We want to, they did the hard work. This is the only chance that this is the time. It's not a requirement. It's just a kind invitation.
I think that it is a nice touch to let them know how much they're appreciated and that their input is important here.
Can see that, but oftentimes I would think if I was in a position like that, that you're actually being directed to attend the meeting, and it's an imposition on board members who are already given a lot of time into this effort. You know, if they want to speak to the comp plan, they'll know that the hearing is happening on the 12th, and they'll come. And you know, I don't know. It's like I think not a big deal either way, but I think there are ways that it would not necessarily be seen as you know, like a welcoming thing. Councilwoman Kelson.
I would agree with you, President Collins. The planning board members will know that they can attend as it's a public meeting. They're well aware of that. I think an invitation suggests a command performance, and I think we should leave it up to them whether they want to attend or not. They know what's in the comp plan. I just think we should leave it alone and proceed with our usual course of action.
All right. So we have motion to proceed with this. Any further commentary? All right. Councilwoman Bergner.
Susan, could you just make a note that Jess and I wanted them included, but maybe they weren't, that the council didn't feel that way? I mean, I just want to recognize that I wanted to include them. Thank you.
So just to be clear on one point, Mr. President, if I may, inviting them would not make this a hearing of the planning board. This is a hearing of the town council and can only be a hearing of the town council because that's the procedure that we have. That's what the state statute requires at this point, is that once the planning board has had a hearing on this subject, the town council hearing. So this is the town council's hearing.
I understand, yeah. But sending them an invitation is not a requirement that they attend, but in practicality, when you get an invitation from, say, your appointing body or people you might view as your superiors, you might feel that there is an expectation that you will attend, don't you think? Thanks, Rob. All right. So we're beating this horse to death. Okay. I would recommend, if you really want all the planning board members to feel welcome and to attend, reach out to them directly, tell them you appreciate it, hope to hear from them at the hearing. All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Will the clerk take the roll?
Councilwoman Bergner,
Aye.
Councilwoman Kelso,
Aye.
Councilman McEntee,
Aye.
Councilwoman Rose,
Aye.
Councilman Collins.
Aye.
That vote is unanimous.
All right, item G is a resolution authorizing an award of bid to Tasca Ford of Berlin, Connecticut for 4 2021 Ford Utility Police Interceptor vehicles in an amount not to exceed $146,000, including contingency, equipment transfer, installation, and trade-in allowance, and further described in a memo from the police chief to the town manager dated March 15th.
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve 12G.
Jess Rose, I'll second.
Right, we have a motion from Councilman McEntee, second from Councilwoman Rose. Discussion? Is there anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously. 12H is a resolution authorizing an award of bid to Hart Engineering Corporation of Cumberland, Rhode Island for various improvements to the regional wastewater treatment facility in an amount not to exceed $3,035,000, including a $200,000 contingency, with authorization that $3,035,000 and any applicable contingency funds that may be used be advanced from the wastewater fund's unrestricted net assets for the subject improvements, with partial funding of $1,745,793 to be reimbursed by the regional partners, Narragansett, to the tune of $1,262,709, and URI $483,084, in addition to any contingency funds that may be used, and as further described in a memo from the Public Services Director to the Town Manager dated March 11th. It's a big sum of money. I don't know if the council would like to hear from John Schock. Is John still here?
Yes, he is.
Good evening. Yes, it is a big sum of money. Another big project at the treatment plant, which primarily consists of 4 major components. One is we currently have a belt filter press that we use for dewatering that was installed in the late 80s. That piece of equipment has now seen its useful life, and we're going to be replacing it with a screw press dewatering equipment, which will actually give us a drier cake product and reduce our landfill costs. The second component is the 2 original secondary clarifiers that were built in the mid-70s have now seen their useful life. So that the concrete tanks will remain, but the mechanical equipment inside needs to be replaced. The third item is the septic receiving station. There's equipment in that station that degrits sand, type of material that's discharged during septic discharging. And that equipment dates back to the original treatment plant, has seen its useful life and needs to be replaced. And then finally, there are 2 original return activated sludge pumps that need to be replaced as well. So hard engineering, unfortunately, there's very few contractors that do this type of specialized work. Hard engineering built the original plant, and they're actually finishing up the most recent improvements that we're doing, and they've done other improvements in the past over the last 30 years. Good company, easy to deal with. We see very few, if any, change orders. So I would ask that the council approve the recommendation as written. And I'd be more than happy to answer any questions anybody may have.
Thanks, John. Any questions? All right, seeing none, do I hear a motion?
Lori McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve 12H.
Deb Kelso, I'll second.
Motion from Councilman McEntee, second from Councilman Kelso. Any discussion? That motion carries unanimously. And that brings us to 12I, a resolution extending the town's declaration of emergency adopted at an emergency session on March 15th, 2020, subsequently renewed on April 13th, 2020, May 11th, June 8th, July 13th, August 11th, September 14th, October 13th, November 9th, and December 14th, 2020, and January 11th, 2021, January 25th, February 22nd, all of this year, as shown on Exhibit 2.
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve 12I.
Deb Kelso, I'll second.
We have a motion from Councilman McEntee, second from Councilwoman Kelso. Any discussion? Councilwoman Berger?
Yeah, I'm new. It's only been here 4 months, but I don't see the necessity to continue this any longer. I know that it's just in case should something happen. However, in 4 months, actually in 12 months, nothing has happened that's required this. So I think with the federal stimulus money issued, we kind of know where we're headed while we don't know the exact path. We also have now developed systems in place should we need to convene in a moment's notice, we certainly could. So I feel at this time it's probably run its course in terms of executive orders, emergency powers to the town manager.
Rob, your hand is up.
Yeah, just one point of clarification. We have actually had to use this. We have used this on a number of occasions, the most recent being the executive order that's coming up, the second executive order that's coming up, which was necessitated because the federal government changed the way that it was handling COVID sick leave. So we've adjusted our COVID sick leave policy in the town under the emergency declaration, and that was ratified by the town council. I don't disagree that the ratification process works. We've been able to have meetings when necessary to bring the town council together. The only other rationale for the continuation of an emergency declaration is that there has been some concern expressed, particularly by Rhode Island Emergency Management, that FEMA funds may not flow to municipalities that get rid of their emergency declarations. You can't seek, the theory is, and other than having heard this from REMA, I can't validate the point, but if you are not under an emergency declaration, then emergency monies may not be available to you in the future. This is just one of those things that FEMA will look at and say, yes, you were operating under an emergency declaration, therefore your request is in a different pile than the communities that were not. The only other issue.
All right, any other comments? Seeing none, we'll take the roll.
Councilwoman Bergner,
Nay.
Councilwoman Kelso,
Aye.
Councilman McEntee,
Aye.
Councilwoman Rose,
Aye.
Council President Collins.
Aye.
The motion carries 4-1.
And that brings us to item J, a resolution adopting Executive Order 2020-09 relative to gathering limitations and travel restrictions as shown on Exhibit 3.
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve 12J.
Deb Kelso, second.
We have a motion from Councilman McEntee, second from Councilman Kelso. Discussion? Is there anybody opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. And that brings us to item K, a resolution adopting Executive Order 2020-14, extending COVID-19 related administrative leave to employees as shown on Exhibit 4.
Jess Rose, I'll make a motion to approve 12K.
Rory McEntee, second.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Rose, second from Councilman McEntee. Any discussion? Is there anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously as well. That brings us to the end of the public agenda tonight. We do have a closed executive session. Mike, you had something you wanted to add?
Yeah, Abel, I would like when you vote on the closed executive session to add, in addition to personnel pertaining to Robert Zarnetsky, town manager, to add Amy Reiner, Director of Administrative Services, to that closed session. You are allowed under the open meetings law to add an agenda item. You just can't take any action. But this will be for informational purposes. So that's what I would ask whoever makes the motion to simply add Amy Reiner, Director of Administrative Services, to that motion.
Good. Do I hear that motion?
Deb Kelso, I'll make the motion that we move to a closed executive session pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 42-46-5A1 to discuss matters pertaining to personnel, Robert Zarnetsky, Town Manager, and Amy Reiner, Director of Administrative Services.
Jess Rose, I'll second.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Kelso, second from Councilwoman Rose. Any discussion? Anyone opposed?
And the minutes should specify that both Rob and Amy were provided with the necessary waivers under the open meetings law.
All right, well, I'd like to thank everybody for tuning in tonight. We will be reconvening after this closed executive session, but I forgive you if you don't stick around for that. Have a good night. And we will all follow that link that we were sent by Susan earlier today to get into that closed executive session. See you on the other side.
Susan, are you set?
I did send it to Amy, so I have to leave here so I can go into the other one.
Okay, good. And I've got you set up here with the note that it's in closed
Yeah.
executive session, so you're all set
Yeah.
for now. Okay, thanks.
Okay,
So can I make the motion that we continue past 11? Just saying.
Little late for that, Deb.
Well, better late than never.
I don't even know where we were at 11 o'clock.
We were just getting into that
Ah,
executive session around then, I think.
Did I get everybody in for you here?
Do I have everyone here? Looks that way, yes.
You do, you do. So the
Right.
motion would be to close the executive session, seal the minutes and reconvene into public session.
I will make that motion.
I will second.
We have a motion by Councilwoman Kelso, a second by Councilwoman Rose. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? I think that motion carries unanimously.
And the minutes will reflect that no motions or votes were taken in executive session. And now you need a motion to adjourn.
Jess Rose, I will move to adjourn.
second.
Motion to adjourn from Councilwoman Rose, second by Councilwoman Berger. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? Very good. That motion carries unanimously, and that concludes our meeting for tonight. It is 11:56 p.m. Thank you all for your hard work. We'll see you the next one.
Good night, folks.
Good night.
Night.